Volume 27. Prologue, Monologue. Ever since I was little, I always had to prioritize the future of the kingdom. That was my fate as the first princess, someone who would one day become a ruler. Yet there were times when I didn't know what was for the sake of the kingdom, or what the future of the kingdom even was. But at the very least, in the future I imagined, he wasn't there. The sight of him at the Royal Academy reminded me of all my mistakes. But despite acknowledging those mistakes as mistakes, I pretended I didn't see them. I told myself it was the best way to avoid unnecessary trouble for the future of the kingdom. I regret it. I've also reflected on it. I never want to repeat that mistake again. But that is my personal opinion, not my opinion as a ruler. As a ruler, my opinion hasn't changed. As long as my existence remains unchanged, my duty remains unchanged. I will continue prioritizing the future of the kingdom. That's why I fear that someday I may end up making another mistake for the sake of the kingdom. As long as my personal feelings are unneeded for the future of the kingdom, they are irrelevant. But because I am the one who has to divide the ruler me from the non-ruler me, my personal opinions will inevitably impact my judgment on what is necessary. That's why I have to think carefully before making any decisions. What is truly needed for the future? What can I do to benefit the kingdom? I think and think and think. Thankfully, I have a natural disposition for thinking, but the responsibility weighing on me is heavy and tiring. I may have dreamed of being freed from this duty more than once or twice. I don't want to do it. It's scary. It's hard. It takes everything I have just to keep up appearances and hide my fear. Yet I have to keep moving forward as a ruler. I have to make decisions. That's what it means to be born as the first in line to the throne. Wait, I have a great idea. I'll wear a transparent mask, one that will conveniently hide my true face, one that will represent me as a queen, a mask of ice that will never melt. The future of the kingdom only needs me to be a ruler. This memory will be the last. Thanks to that person, I was able to be my non-royal self for a brief moment. That's enough for me. Because in the end, my priority is Chapter 1, Vague. Late night at the Galar Castle in the garden of Rio's mansion. A veil of darkness had fallen, obscuring visibility. The downpour of rain played a tune with an irregular rhythm. It was winter, and the temperature was a little under 10 degrees Celsius. It was even colder in the rain, and no one in their right mind would willingly walk around in this weather. Yet, standing in the rain were a young man and woman embracing each other. It was Rio, the owner of the mansion, and Christina, the first princess of Beltram Kingdom, who was staying over as a guest. The pouring rain chilled them mercilessly as Christina wrapped her arms around Rio's back, pressing their freezing bodies together. Rio quietly hugged Christina back. The slender body leaning against his chest was so frail and delicate, it felt like she could be knocked down by a single breeze. It was hard to believe she was the princess of a kingdom and the leader of the restoration. The girl before him was just another teenager with many woes. Rio was unable to see her expression, but he could guess what she was feeling. She had been burdened with so much, and so she ended up in this situation. Christina stiffened when Rio returned her hug, but she soon relaxed into the embrace. She sought Rio even harder tightly, as though she had lost all sense of reason. The two felt each other's presence closer than anyone in the world. They could feel each other's warmth and flesh through their soaked clothes. Time passed in silence for a while, until their body temperature had completely blended into one. "Pardon me," Christina said reluctantly, loosening her hold. "It's okay," Rio replied, doing the same. "I'm sorry. The cold got to me." Christina withdrew her arms, sliding them up to Rio's chest. She then weakly pushed away from him, stepping back while she gave him an excuse for why she'd hugged him. "That's a bit of a stretch," Rio said. He knew the cold was just an excuse. "Can you talk to me about it?" He made a rare step forward into someone else's comfort zone to find the truth. "I was thinking so much about the future. I got anxious," Christina mumbled quietly. "About the restoration? Perhaps. Only perhaps." Christina hung her head and fell silent. She was hesitating over whether to tell him. "There's something else bothering you, isn't there?" Rio asked, prying into the worry deep within Christina's heart. "However, it involves classified information to the organization," Christina replied, closing off her heart. She was firmly against telling an outsider. Rio scratched his cheek awkwardly. "How troubling. Why are you the one troubled, Sir Amakawa?" Christina asked, lifting her face to look at Rio's expression. "There's a person in need in front of me who I want to help, but I was just told their problem is confidential. I don't know how far I'm allowed to pry, so I'm troubled." He wanted to help Christina, but it was up to her if she wanted to talk or not. Rio made sure to convey his feelings clearly. "Even if I need help, I don't have the right to ask you for it," she said. "Why not?" Christina averted her eyes from Rio out of guilt. "Considering how my kingdom has treated you, the answer should be obvious." So she's still bothered by the past. Rio had previously explained that he had no intention of bringing up the past, but it seemed Christina was still bothered by what had happened, which was why he chose to feign ignorance. "When you say it should be obvious, what are you referring to?" "Huh, I've already forgotten what happened in the past," Rio said with a gentle smile. "That's an even bigger stretch. I even inconvenienced you again just today because of the past." "You couldn't have forgotten it," Christina said harshly, shaken by Rio's words. In contrast, Rio was extremely calm. "If you're struggling with something, then I want to help. That's all. If you want to argue about rights, then I'm the one in the questionable position." "How so? I'm the outsider, no. Who was the one meant to question rights in this situation?" Christina was unable to argue with that. "As long as I don't know what you're worried about, I can't do anything to help. I might not even be able to provide any assistance. But I can hear you out. I can worry about it with you. So lean on me if you need to. Even if you can't reveal all of it to an outsider, just tell me what you can." "Thank you very much." Christina's face crumpled, and she lowered her gaze to hide her expression. It almost looked like she was crying. "Princess Christina," Rio called out softly. Christina remained silent as she kept her head down. "Are you crying?" "No." She finally lifted her face at Rio's hesitant question. She rubbed at her eyes, but it was hard to tell if there were tears because of the rain. "I'm fine," she said brightly, as though her earlier look of sadness had been an illusion. The smile she was finally showing was like moonlight that couldn't be seen on rainy nights. Fleeting, gentle, and blinding. This time, Rio was the one to stare wide-eyed and speechless. "I told you my request was for you to give me courage. That's all I wanted from you. It's enough for me. I've already received enough courage, and I won't ask you for anything else." Rain was still pouring down, but Christina's face was as bright as the moon in the dark. "Are you sure? Is that not just a brave front?" Rio tried to understand how she truly felt, but yes, the decision I'm about to make for the sake of the future is not a mistake. I can say with my whole heart that it's the best possible decision. There was no more hesitation in Christina's expression. "Really?" Rio asked once more, feeling uneasy. "If you're that worried," Christina said, hesitating for a brief moment, "then hold me one more time. Let me refill my courage to the brim." She clung to Rio like a child once again. "All right." Rio accepted Christina's request. He still had no idea what the decision she had made in her heart was, but he could tell it had taken a great deal of resolve. If this was all he could do for her, then so be it. He would do as she wished. "Please keep what happened here a secret. I don't want anyone else to see me this week," Christina said embarrassedly after a little while, stepping away from Rio. Her face was tilted down out of bashfulness. "Of course," Rio agreed, watching her expression carefully. The girl he saw here was indeed nothing like her usual self. She'd never shown such a weak side to anyone before. It was only because it was Rio here that she had leaned on him and showed her weakness. Hopefully, that meant her worries had been eased a little. Although Rio was still concerned, the helpless and fleeting girl from earlier had completely disappeared. The girl who stood before him was noble and proud. "I think I've had enough of the rain. Shall we go back inside now? I'm going to freeze if I stay out here any longer," Christina said, hugging her shoulders and shivering. "Good idea." And so, the two went back inside. Rio and Christina returned to the mansion. The other residents had already retired for the night, and the mansion was completely silent. Rio urged Christina to go take another bath, and she entered the girls' changing room alone. As soon as she stepped inside, she sank down to the floor. She had reached her limit of pretending everything was fine. Her heart was racing and her face was burning. Her legs were shaking so hard she couldn't stand any longer. "Do I have a fever?" "No." Christina placed her right hand over her chest, feeling her own heartbeat. She knew that her current condition wasn't just because of the rain. It wasn't an ailment. If anything, it felt comfortable. So what kind of physiological response was it? Is it because I'm embarrassed? Christina answered her own question. Why was she embarrassed? Because she and Rio had embraced. Clinging to a man like that was disgraceful for the first princess. But if she asked herself why she'd done it, she'd probably end up finding a more precise name for these symptoms. "No, I can't," which was why Christina forced herself to suppress her thoughts. But she was reluctant to throw away the lingering feeling in her heart. Christina kept holding her right hand over her chest. It was strange. The euphoric, almighty feeling overflowing from her made her feel like she was capable of anything right now. It was like her anxiety and despair from earlier was all a dream. I hope he doesn't think too badly of me now. He must find me strange, at least. She had gone out into the garden at night, stood in the rain, then thrown herself at Rio not once but twice. She had even pleaded with him to hug her back for the second time. It was definitely too late to undo it all. Christina blushed harder, but thanks to that, she had received enough courage. "This is fine. This is the only option left to us," she mumbled to herself. Suddenly, the door to the changing room opened. "Ha!" Christina startled and turned to look at who came in. Rio was the only one who knew she was in here, but the person who appeared was. Oh, Miharu, Ayase Miharu, a resident of the mansion. Judging from her reaction, their encounter was a complete coincidence. "May I join you?" Miharu asked with a gentle smile. Christina nodded and hurriedly got up. "Why, yes, of course. Thank you." Miharu didn't make any comment about how Christina was soaked from her hair to her clothes and had been sitting on the floor. She began undressing herself quietly. Christina shot Miharu a sidelong glance as she undressed. She had a well-proportioned, feminine body, beautiful long black hair, and a sweet face that gave off an air of her good upbringing and elegance. Christina found herself captivated even though she was the same sex. This must be what it means to love both sexes, Christina thought. "I'm heading in first," Miharu said, entering the bathroom. "HM?" Christina tilted her head. Something had felt off about Miharu ever since she'd stepped into the changing room. Almost like she wasn't the person that Christina knew. Christina dismissed the thought and hurried into the bathroom after her. Miharu was already seated on a bath stool, washing her body. Christina sat down on a nearby stool and began to do the same. The two of them weren't close enough to converse with each other one-on-one. They hadn't had the chance to build that kind of relationship yet. That was why they both moved their hands without conversing, creating a mildly awkward silence. Eventually, Miharu finished washing up first and went to soak in the bathtub. Christina followed shortly after, sinking into the same tub. The water was a little hot, but she exhaled at the comfortable feeling. "The water's nice," Miharu suddenly said. "It really is," Christina agreed, observing Miharu's expression. "I'm pretty sure of it." Her suspicion that this wasn't the person she knew grew stronger. She also had a hunch about the reason for that. "What you're thinking right now is correct," Miharu said, as though she were looking directly into Christina's heart. Christina was taken aback, but she suppressed her shock. "You're like a mysterious phantom, coming and going as you wish. I've also been called a god before." I was right. The person in front of her wasn't Ayase Miharu. It was Lena, the former goddess of the 7 wise gods. "Why did you come to the bath?" Christina asked. "I felt like taking a soak, just like how you felt like taking a walk in the rain." "Basically the same thing, right?" Lena said casually, as though she had seen everything that had gone on outside the mansion just now. "Did she see us? No. Did she know I'd be out there from the beginning?" Christina recalled how the goddess possessing Miharu's body had the power to predict the future. I like you, Lena said. Christina paused. Why? Because you're smart. You can take one piece of information and come up with 10 deductions about it. You're quick-witted and have sharp senses. You can find the correct answer without delay. It's easy talking to smart people. It's an honor to receive such high praise from one of the renowned wise gods. Christina was bewildered by the sudden confession from Lena, but she managed to respond to her calmly. What is she up to? She must have come here with a goal. Even as she responded to Lena, her mind was racing. No need to be on guard. It's my first time taking a bath in this body, so I really am just here to enjoy the water, Lena said in an aloof manner, cupping the water in her hands. What an enigmatic person, Christina thought. But since I'm here already, I might as well give you a little push, Lena continued. She stared straight into Christina's eyes fearlessly. As someone who can see the future, I can confirm you're walking the correct path. Have confidence. You, Christina swallowed her words. She wondered how many futures Lena could see. People like to ask the question, why? A lot. Do you know why? Lena suddenly asked. Because they don't know the answer, and that makes them curious. Lena smiled, satisfied with Christina's answer. I knew I liked you for a reason. Does that mean I'm correct? Yes. But humans are selfish creatures. Just because the answer isn't clear doesn't mean they'll always be curious. If they're not curious, they won't bother to find the answer. Perhaps so. Which brings me to this. Do you wish to know where your future is headed? It was another abrupt question. Christina paused for a moment, then shook her head firmly. No, I do not. Because you already know the answer. Knowing the answer meant there was no curiosity to feel. That was what Lena meant by her question. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I don't have powers like you, so there's no way I can know the answer already. Even if you don't know, you can guess. Christina stopped replying and fell silent with a grimace. There's another reason I like you, Lena said, changing the topic. What is it? Even when the future you've guessed is hideous, you continue to push on without losing spirit. Your will and resolve are on another level. I see. For some reason, Christina bit her lip bitterly. I'll be heading out first. With nothing else to say, Lena got out of the bathtub. She was just about to leave for the changing room when... Wait a moment. Yes, Lena paused at the sound of Christina's voice. Even when the answer is unclear and curious, there may be times when someone might not try to ask the question. For people are creatures with complex emotions, Christina said, adding to her earlier reply. Exactly. With a gloating smile, Lena agreed with Christina's answer. She then left the bathroom. Sometime before Christina began bathing, she said she was fine. Rio was soaking in the men's bath, staring at the ceiling as he reflected on what had just happened. But, in reality, Christina had burdens she couldn't share with anyone else, and Rio was the only one to witness it, which was why I can't pretend I saw nothing. She may have said it was fine, but he didn't have to believe her words. The bigger problem was the fact that Rio had no idea what was troubling Christina. Even if her feelings about it had been cleared, the burden itself still existed. But it doesn't seem like she'll confide her issue to me. If it had been something easy to talk about, she wouldn't have been tormenting herself over it to begin with. Is there anything I can do for her? Rio racked his brain for an idea. You should get more disciples besides Sora. The first one I suggest is Christina Beltram. Lena's advice flashed through his head. Rio immediately frowned unhappily. Lena probably foresaw this situation. That's why she recommended I turn Princess Christina into my disciple. But why? As the first princess of the Beltram kingdom, Christina was meant to lead people. If she became Rio's disciple, she would become a being separate from the people of this world. He had no reason to choose her as a disciple. If anything, Christina would probably refuse to become his disciple. Choosing to make her his disciple anyway would be extortion. I don't get it. It's impossible. Is she telling me to turn Princess Christina into a disciple without her consent? Repulsion filled Rio, making him grimace. No, I have no intention of having more disciples anyway. Not Princess Christina or anyone else. Nothing will change my mind on that. He didn't even know if she could remain human once she became his disciple. Just like Sara was forced to live the way she did, becoming a disciple might mean being forced to spend the rest of eternity away from the people of the world. Wouldn't that be unbearable torture for anyone? I can't involve anyone else. Which was why to Rio, making someone his disciple was equivalent to bending fate and forcing an unreasonable destiny upon them. But Lena must have known that when she told me to increase my disciples. There has to be a reason I must disregard my feelings and get more disciples. In the back of his mind, he understood her warning. If I don't increase my disciples, I'll regret it. That's what she said. Lena was one of the 7 wise gods, and she had reincarnated from 1,000 years ago out of fear for the future. Rio was well aware of this, which was why the ominous impression of her words continued looming before him. Was it really okay to make his decision based on his emotions? What if he really did regret it? He asked himself those questions as the strong sense of repulsion continued swirling in his chest. Rio was unable to separate his emotions from his thoughts and directly confront the warning. No matter how much he pondered it, he didn't have an answer. It's no good. I need to calm down first. He cupped the bath water in his hands and splashed his face. Should he follow Lena's advice and make Christina his disciple? Why had she even brought up Christina in the first place? There's no way I'd know the answer just by thinking about it. I can't read the future. Yet here he was being swayed by vague hints of the future. Maybe Lena's goal was to just get me thinking about making Princess Christina a disciple. Rio sighed tiredly. He hadn't spent much time with her face to face, but he could picture her smug smile clearly in his mind. There's no telling the future, but I have to move forward anyway. That was the way things should be. I'll ignore Lena's advice for now and think about what else I can do. Even if Lena hadn't offered her advice, he couldn't imagine himself reacting any differently to Christina. Besides, if he was swayed into doing something out of character, the future could end up changing for the worse. Perhaps that was the future Lena wanted, but Rio had no way of knowing that, which was why. I'll increase the amount of time I spend with Princess Christina so she'll feel more comfortable talking to me. I can also watch over her and jump in if something happens that way. Rio would do what he was capable of. With that decided, he got out of the bath. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Christina, Flora, Hiroaki, Rona, Kauta, and Rei were due to leave the mansion. "Thank you for letting us stay over," Christina said on behalf of the party. They were standing at the entrance of the mansion, thanking Rio and the others who were there to see them off. "Thank you for spending such an enjoyable time with us," Rio replied. "Please come again soon," Latifa added cheerfully beside him. Rio chuckled at how she had voiced what he wanted to say. "As you can see, we'd be happy to have you over any time." "Flora and I were talking about the next time we can have a sleepover," Latifa said. "Yes, I said we had to ask my sister to know for sure." Latifa and Flora had already started planning their next sleepover before this one was over. The distance between the two had closed dramatically over the past 2 days, and their teamwork was perfect. "They get along so well," Christina said, with a troubled look at the 2 eager girls. She was glad her little sister had made a friend, but that didn't mean she could agree to every request she made. "My apologies. I hope that didn't offend you," Rio said. While he believed they genuinely liked Latifa, it was true that there was a difference in their social statuses. Other people could perceive them as a problem, Rio thought awkwardly. "Not at all. Latifa is a friend," Flora said firmly. "Of course," Latifa replied with a friendly smile. Incidentally, as Rio's identity had now been revealed, it had been decided that Latifa would no longer go by her alias of Suzune. However, since Rio had already established a reputation as the honorary knight Haruto Amakawa, he decided to publicly continue using the name Haruto. "We went through this last time. At this rate, we'll end up making a promise for next time each time we stay over," Christina said. "I'd feel bad about causing so much inconvenience. In that case, I think you should just have an extended stay here. I'd love to talk more with you too, Princess Christina," Latifa suggested, raising her hand eagerly. Flora's eyes sparkled with expectation as she nodded in agreement. Haruto's home always serves the best food. I wouldn't mind hanging around here more often either, Hiroaki said jokingly. Rei nodded in agreement, while Kauta muttered, "It's not a high school clubroom to hang around in." Christina was happy to see her little sister's social circle expand, but she was reluctant to impose their large group on Rio and the mansion residents. She had a reserved expression as she thought in silence. "Please consider staying over longer next time," Rio said, making the offer first. "Are you sure?" "Of course. You don't need any courage to visit this home." Rio purposefully chose the word courage instead of reservation. It wasn't that odd of a word to use, but it was certainly an exaggerated choice of vocabulary. "Courage, of course not," Hiroaki said, pointing that out. Gah! Meanwhile, Christina was taken by surprise and swallowed her breath. She recalled how she had uttered those words while clinging to Rio the night before. In other words, "Please give me courage. That's what I'd like to rely on you for." It had just happened last night, so the word courage immediately made her think of the situation in which she had uttered those words. She could tell Rio had chosen to use the word on purpose, and she averted her eyes from him in silence. "Your face is turning red, Christina," Flora pointed out curiously, leaning forward to look at her sister's face. What are you saying?" "That's impossible," Christina said, clearing her throat and feigning composure. "Really, but you look kind of happy." "Nonsense. I'm the same as I always am." Christina was thrown off balance by her little sister's continued attempts to stare into her face. She does seem to be in a better mood than usual. Rona, who had been Christina's friend since childhood, was wide-eyed at the rare sight. "Did you do something to Princess Christina?" Latifa asked Rio, looking at him with suspicion. "I did not, but I guess I must have said something weird." "What I meant is that you can come at any time whether you have business or not," Rio said in defense of himself, scratching his cheek awkwardly. "Ah-ha-ha." Latifa gave Rio a searching look, but he just chuckled nervously. The sight of an undefeated hero in combat faltering before his little sister must have been funny to Christina, as she suddenly giggled. "Heh heh. It's nothing. Flora just said something strange," she said, defending Rio. "Really?" Latifa asked. "Yes, so please don't cause too much trouble for Sir Amakawa." Christina's smile was fascinatingly elegant and filled with affection. The graceful way she covered her mouth with her hand made her look as beautiful as a painting created by a god of art. Everyone present had their breath taken away. "Is something the matter?" Christina asked. "Princess Christina really is outrageously beautiful," Satsuki said keenly to the confused girl. All the girls around her nodded firmly in agreement. "Dee, don't say such strange things." "My sister is beautiful and cute," Flora added proudly as Christina hid her blushing face. "She's Flora's beloved sister, after all, just like me and my brother," Latifa said. "Yes, so please get even closer with Christina the next time we visit you." "Of course. In that case, we should all get closer to Oniai-chan as well. I'm looking forward to it already." The two little sisters chatted away about their respective siblings with enthusiasm. The next sleepover was already a done deal to them. "Geez," Christina muttered with an embarrassed pout. In that glimpse of her unmasked face, there was no sign of the gloomy girl who had been crying in secret last night. It's almost like last night didn't happen, Rio thought, nearly questioning if he had imagined it all. However, what if she was just acting normal because she was in front of people, and she was still crying deep down? He couldn't dismiss that thought completely. Rio's expression stiffened faintly. "Oniai-chan," Latifa called out, quietly looking up into his face. Why are you suddenly so quiet and serious-looking?" "It's nothing. I was thinking about what kind of entertainment to provide next time. In order to deepen our friendship, that is," Rio said to Latifa with a gentle smile. "Entertainment? That sounds great. Help me brainstorm some ideas later." "Okay," Latifa nodded eagerly. "We shouldn't keep you any longer. Let us know when your schedule is decided. We're free as early as tonight," Rio said to Christina with a beaming expression normally reserved for his precious little sister. "Understood. We will do just that. There's a meeting tonight, but I will send a contact in the upcoming days." Christina finally responded to Rio without hesitation. Thus, the restoration party departed from the mansion. Chapter 2. Resolution. After returning to the guest house of Galark Castle, Christina and Flora split up from Hiroaki's group to complete their official duties. As for Hiroaki, Rona, Rei, and Kauta, "I'm kind of sleepy. Think I'll take a nap," Hiroaki said to the other three on his way back to his room, yawning. "We did stay up late drinking in your room. I'm tired too," Kauta said, yawning as well. "Got it. Then let's have a break today. I'm going to go find Rosa," Rei decided. "Then I'll drop by when it's time for dinner." "Right, you get some rest too, Rona." "Thank you. May you rest well, Sir Hiroaki." Rona bowed politely and saw Hiroaki off. "See ya," Hiroaki waved, returning to his room. "We'll excuse ourselves too, Rona. I think I'll be having dinner with Rosa." "Okay, see you all later." After seeing Kauta and Rei off, Rona was left alone in the corridor. It had become a habit for her to be in constant attendance with Hiroaki, so it was rare for her to act on her own. Now, what shall I do today? She didn't have any particular plans, so there was nothing for her to do. Of course, she could just go back to her room as well, but she didn't really feel like doing that. Maybe I'll go for a walk. Rona turned around in the corridor and headed back outside. She started roaming the area around the guest house. A few minutes after she began walking, "I want to organize my feelings, but I can't collect my thoughts." Rona sighed woefully. Although it wasn't enough to be noticeable to others, she was currently being burdened by her own gloomy feelings. Why did she feel so restless? She tried to confront her own feelings, but she wasn't able to analyze them well. "I think it started yesterday." "No, it was after I regained my memories of him. Even before I knew the answer, I already suspected Sir Amakawa was actually him." Indeed, Rona had noticed Haruto Amakawa's true identity as Rio right after the battle with the golem. Just like Duke Huguenot, she had heard Sora yell Rio's name in the middle of battle. "But I wasn't certain." "No, I pretended I didn't notice." Now that Rio had established a firm standing as Haruto Amakawa, she wasn't sure if it was right to stir up trouble. All kinds of conflicted thoughts passed through her head, making her stick to plain observation instead. Was there anything I could have done before Stuart went and made such a fool of himself? She pondered the question, but she didn't think there was anything she could have done even if she had spoken up. After all, no, I never would have expected him to do something so foolish, so I wouldn't have been able to prevent it. The incident with Stuart was so unpredictable, she would have been helpless. We would have had to take preventive measures to stop such a thing from happening, such as publicly announcing his identity and sentencing Stuart. Doing that would have created a politically fatal scandal for Duke Huguenot. Since the Restoration was mostly formed of nobles from the Huguenot faction, the foundation of the organization would have been terribly shaken. Above all, they would have had to ask Rio for his consent for such an announcement and receive approval from the Kingdom of Galark. Princess Christina didn't seem aware of Duke Huguenot's assassination order. That's why he concealed the truth with his consent. Rona formed her theories with the information she had. In the end, it might have been best not to stir up the past. What if I had denied Stuart's testimony during the outdoor drill, or even before then? What if I had defended him so that he wasn't so isolated at the academy? Would the situation have been any different now? Such doubts swirled in Rona's head. But back then, Rona hadn't witnessed who'd pushed Stuart and nearly sent Flora off the cliff. Besides, Duke Huguenot had the political motive of avoiding a scandal when he decided to place the false accusation on Rio. Even if she had claimed Stuart was lying, Rio still might have ended up as the convenient scapegoat. Alternatively, if she and Christina had defended Rio while they were at the academy, the other students probably wouldn't have been impressed. While they wouldn't make any outward moves while Christina and Rona were nearby, the situation might have gotten worse when they weren't looking. In noble society, the disputes of children could sometimes extend to their parents. With royal authority as weak as it was back then, they couldn't afford the risk of defending Rio. It simply wasn't an option for them. They wouldn't have known how important Rio would be in the future, unless they had powers of premonition. Rona herself had found Stuart's testimony about the outdoor drill suspicious, but she couldn't take the risk of facing Duke Huguenot. Even then, if something had happened differently, would there have been a future where he stayed with us? It would have been so reassuring to have his power on our side. Despite how shameless that thought was, Rona couldn't help but wonder. That was how large the fish that had gotten away was. Duke Huguenot will definitely be held accountable for what happened. But what will happen to the Restoration? The current situation of the Restoration was far too precarious. They had lost their base of operation, their influence was weak, and now a scandal involving one of their key figures had been discovered in the worst possible way. It was so precarious even Rona could see it, and she wasn't involved with the administration of the organization, which was why she was currently lost in her thoughts, wondering if there was anything she could have done to prevent this situation, or if there was anything she could do from here on. However, how ironic. I should be worried for the future of the Restoration, yet my mind is focused on an outsider. I feel regretful about what happened to him, yet I think about ways to rely on him. Rona grimaced. She'd finally found the words for her restless feelings, but her feelings hadn't lightened at all. If anything, the fog had grown thicker. Oh, that's right. Princess Christina must have felt this way the whole time. It was at this moment that Rona realized the friend she loved and respected had been carrying the same burdens as her for quite some time. No, it isn't the same at all. It couldn't be. My feelings couldn't compare to those of Princess Christina, who has to bear the pressure of the kingdom's future and lead the organization. She must have endured more suffering and conflict than I can imagine. Despite that, Rona had failed to notice the woes Christina was carrying until just yesterday. She had been by Christina's side since childhood as a close friend, yet she had been useless to her. Before she knew it, her wandering feet came to a stop. How shameful! Rona regretted her actions bitterly. She remained by the entrance of the guest house, lost in her thoughts until, Lady Rona, someone called out hesitantly. Oh my! Two young ladies of the Restoration approached her. One was Elise Brandt of the Count Brandt family, while the other was Dorothea of the Count Albert family. The two had been Christina and Rona's classmates during their time at the Royal Academy, and Elise had been in the same group as Rio for the outdoor drill. Elise's face was awfully pale. What's wrong? Rona asked suspiciously. As you can see, Elise doesn't look too good. I was worried about her, so I asked her what was wrong, and she told me about what happened with Stuart, Dorothea explained, gently supporting Elise with a hand on her back. I see. Rona could guess the rest of what she was trying to say. Yesterday, Elise had been summoned to the same scene as Christina and Rona. It was most likely about how Stuart had denounced Rio yesterday. Lady Rona, you visited Sir Amakawa's mansion last night. Would you be willing to talk about it? Elise pleaded. There's not much to say. Rona wasn't sure how to respond. Although she had stayed over at the mansion, she hadn't said anything beyond some greetings and formalities. She didn't have anything she could tell Elise, but Elise had even less information about the situation than Rona. In the commotion yesterday, she had confessed to giving an unfavorable testimony for Rio back during the outdoor drill. She was probably dying to know what had happened afterward. I guess there's no helping it. Feeling pity for how clearly Elise was frightened, Rona sighed quietly. Very well, follow me. So, what did you want to ask? Rona had borrowed an office in the guest house and sat down at a table, facing Elise and Dorothea. She then directly questioned Elise. Elise was so shaken, she seemed to be struggling to voice her question. In that case, there's something I'd like to ask, Dorothea said instead. Is Sir Amakawa's true identity really him? I mean, just to confirm. Although she had heard the story from Elise in advance, she was struggling to believe it. Yes, there's no mistake. He's the boy who enrolled in the academy in our first year. I see. Dorothea's cheeks seemed to stiffen awkwardly. That was only natural. Her classmate, who had been mistreated for being an orphan from the slums, had succeeded at life in a neighboring kingdom, the kingdom they were currently indebted to. I can pretty much guess what she's thinking right now. The same as me, no doubt. Rona smiled with self-derision as she recalled the sight of Rio back when they'd attended the Royal Academy. Rona first met Rio in the slums of the capital. Her first impression of him was that he was a filthy child. He was an orphan, so it wasn't something he could help, but she had thought he was disrespectful and impolite. The second time she encountered him was also in the slums. He was carrying the kidnapped Flora on his back, and Rona had found him extremely suspicious. If Christina hadn't slapped him, she would have done so herself. The third time she saw him was in the classroom of the Royal Academy. He couldn't even read numbers in their first class, yet by the time the exams came around, he had overtaken everyone and come out on top beside Christina. She could still recall that moment vividly. Although Rona barely had any direct contact with him after that, she knew Rio was being treated unjustly on a daily basis. And now that person was the hero of the neighboring kingdom. The king had personally granted him a residence on the castle grounds, and he received special treatment not even a duke, the highest-ranking noble, could receive. The current Rio wasn't someone they could afford to upset, but they had a long history of treating him terribly already, so they were beyond the point of feeling guilty. The more natural reaction was to panic about the foreboding sense of danger. Dorothea fell speechless. "What happened after that? What will happen to us?" Elise finally asked. "Nothing," Rona's answer was simple, but the reply must have sounded like rejection to Elise, whose face froze up. "Not in a mean way. It just wasn't brought up at Sir Amakawa's mansion, that's all. He gave us all a warm welcome, and we just got back from that visit. Really, I have no reason to lie about it. You heard Sir Amakawa yourself. He said he had no intention of bringing up the past. He invited us to the mansion to prove those words. At least, that's how I interpreted it. Then the reason I wasn't invited was..." Elise seemed to think her lack of invitation was punishment for bringing up the past. It was quite the extraordinary conclusion to make, but she was on the verge of tears from worrying. Humans were incapable of thinking rationally when they were cornered. There was no reason to invite you in the first place. Elise's shoulders fell with a look of utter shock. "All right, arg, that's not what I meant. I wouldn't have been invited either if I wasn't an extra to Sir Hiroaki. The invitation was for Princess Christina, Princess Flora, and him." Rona sighed tiredly and explained the situation, but I still deserve to be punished," Elise mumbled, hanging her head with guilt. "Sure, it's true you did something that can't be undone. You may have feared retaliation from Stuart and Duke Huguenot, but your testimony pinned a crime on him that he didn't do," Rona said, pointing out the truth bluntly. Elise's shoulders shook with a sob. "However, you aren't the only person to blame. Everyone who ignored him when he was being treated unfairly at the Royal Academy is guilty. That includes me, since I was there at the outdoor drill, and you, Dorothea." This time, Dorothea's shoulders shook with a flinch. "Pull yourselves together. The guilt we feel right now is nothing compared to Princess Christina and Princess Flora, who have had to carry that burden for a long time now. In Princess Christina's case, she has to deal with the pressure of the kingdom's future while acting as the leader of this organization. This isn't the time to be worrying about yourselves, you know. You should be thinking about what you can do for the sake of the organization right now," Rona said, scolding her two former classmates harshly. "This is a reminder to myself as well," she added to herself. She then pulled herself together with a sigh and addressed the future. "Stuart will receive the punishment he deserves for what he's done. Duke Huguenot will receive a heavy punishment as well. Once that happens, the Restoration's future will be in a precarious situation. You understand that, yes? But what are we meant to do about it?" Elise and Dorothea whined weakly. "I was just in the middle of thinking about that myself. At the very least, panicking is out of the question. You'll just create more trouble for Princess Christina." Elise and Dorothea fell into an awkward silence. They seemed to be aware they had been panicking. "No matter what happens, remain calm. Obey Princess Christina's decisions and remain resolute as always. That's all we can do in the meantime," Rona said, biting her lip in frustration. Dorothea interrupted hesitantly. What is it? Is there any way of appealing for Duke Huguenot's punishment to be lightened? Since Stuart will be punished, the reason for his punishment will be publicized. Once the reason is public, the use of discretion would be illogical, and it would be worse to punish him without disclosing the reason. They would be sentencing a member of a ducal family. Making a judgment without disclosing the reason would provoke antipathy and suspicion from other nobles. Besides, there hadn't been a gag order imposed over the commotion Stuart caused. There was no telling how effective it would be to apply one now. What if we postponed the punishment itself? We'd be branded as shameless if we did that, but who do we even appeal to, and how else will this be settled? We cannot erase the crime that Stuart and Duke Huguenot committed. If they were to make an appeal, it would have to be to Christina, the one making the judgment on their punishment, or Rio, the victim. But the thought of begging Rio for mercy made Dorothea stumble for words, as though she had sat on a bed of nails. In a situation like this, third parties like us do not have the right to criticize the judgment and bend the results. It'll be Princess Christina who has to stand on the firing line after making the final call, Rona said firmly. However, he might be able to sway her final decision, but she couldn't help the thought that crossed her mind. In reality, if there was someone who could change Christina's mind, it would be Rio. The proof was in the gentle expression Christina had shown Rio before leaving the mansion just now. As the future queen, she had never shown any expression befitting of a girl her age. Yet earlier, she had shown a glimpse of her true face. Even though she was her childhood friend, it was rare for Rona to see such a face. That's why the option of relying on Rio crossed her mind. What am I thinking? It would be absolutely unacceptable to do such a thing. But ultimately, Rona strongly against the thought. It was a matter of human decency. What right did they have to ask Rio for mercy? I haven't even apologized to him yet. That thought made Rona gasp. Yes, that's right. Before she asked Rio for anything, she had to apologize to him. In fact, she had probably been avoiding him unconsciously out of awkwardness, until now. It was illogical to think of asking for a favor when she hadn't even apologized. I'm sure Princess Christina and Princess Flora apologized long ago. They had also taken great pains until now to build a good relationship with Rio. The rest of them had just been riding that wave alongside them. Yet here I am, thinking about begging him. I truly am shameless. Rona frowned deeply in embarrassment. Isn't there something we should all be doing before we argue about the future of the restoration? She said. Elise and Dorothea exchanged a nervous look before breaking their silence. What is it? They asked. Shouldn't we apologize to him for what happened during our school days? Of course, there's no guarantee he'll forgive us. If he rejected them, then so be it. But if they were to continue building a personal relationship with Rio from now on, they had to do this as the bare minimum. Rona faced her two classmates and urged her point. Around the same time that was happening, Christina had summoned Duke Huguenot to her office. She sat at her desk chair with Vanessa on standby beside her, and Duke Huguenot standing across from her. The punishment for the Huguenot family has been decided, Christina said. Duke Huguenot bowed his head respectfully. I humbly accept. I haven't even announced it yet. I am willing to accept whatever punishment is ordered. I see. Then accept it. This is the punishment for your crimes, she said, receiving his word. First, Stuart will be sentenced to lifelong civil servitude. He'll do slave labor for the Gallic kingdom. Christina first announced the punishment for Stuart. Lifelong civil servitude was when a noble was stripped of their status and forced to do slave labor for the rest of their life. For nobles, who valued their honor, it was a fate worse than death. The labor was normally located in harsh environments like dangerous battlefields or mines, sending them to what was often an agonizing, early death. To think I would see someone fall to slavery in my generation. Duke Huguenot frowned with regret. It was the greatest stain on his family's history. As for you, I am seizing your ducal title. You will be bestowed with a baronetcy instead, Christina announced without mercy. Seizing the title meant the dissolution of the Duke Huguenot family. Although it was being replaced with a baronet title, baronets were quasi-nobility, and their titles were only valid for one generation. I understand, Baronet Huguenot agreed after a long pause, biting his lip. This punishment is based on the charges of the attempted murder of second Princess Flora and subsequent concealment of evidence. These crimes were judged to be high treason. They also account for the attempted assassination of Sir Amakawa. Do you have any objections? No. A high treason judgment without capital punishment is already extremely lenient. Glad to see we agree. But I can't have someone as influential as you die on me. You must remain in the organization. There's still work you have to do. This is part of your punishment. That's why I'm making you remain as a baronet, Christina explained. With my title stripped and honor as a noble lost, there is nothing left I can do for the restoration. I'll just be a symbol of shame and criticism. The Duke at the top of noble society had lost everything. Baronet Huguenot smiled in humiliation. That doesn't change the fact you've guided many nobles as the leader of your faction. Without you, many members of the Restoration would lose their reason to stay. If that happens, the organization will collapse. There is nothing I can say in my current state that will keep the faction members here. They may even leave the organization in disgust. I'm not so sure about that, Christina immediately refuted. You should find a replacement for me, Baronet Huguenot said, pursing his lips in frustration. He stared straight at Christina. No one can replace you. The Restoration doesn't have much talent left. Then invite someone talented from outside the organization. You're not someone who can be replaced by mere talent either, you know. It was at this point that Baronet Huguenot, who had been responding emotionlessly until now, widened his eyes. Do you really think so? Then allow me to spell it out for you. Rely on Sir Amakawa. Of all the names to bring up here, Gustave Huguenot, the man who had tried to pin his son's crimes on Rio, then order his assassination, was willing to put their past aside and recommend she rely on him. He was so thick-skinned, not even a knife could pierce him. His shameless tenacity was rather impressive, Christina thought with a dry smile. I'm bringing it up because of the current situation. The organization is on the brink of collapse. Unless the invisible hands of God personally bring us a miracle, the end is inevitable. Sir Amakawa is not a god. He is a human just like us. Indeed, Rio was human. No matter how powerful he was just a fellow human. During last night's embrace, Christina had felt that up close. But he has power that exceeds that of a human. Everyone in this castle knows of his military prowess. If he officially assists the Restoration, no one would scoff at us even if we loudly proclaimed our victory. That's how much fame he has right now. What? Do you want me to announce that I've left everything to an outsider and all we have to do is wait? Sounds great. Have him invade Beltram Kingdom and bring back Arbor's head. That would resolve everything instantly. Baronet Huguenot replied to Christina's sarcastic question with his own exaggeration. That must have sounded like an irresponsible joke to her, as, "Stop messing with me," Christina said angrily, brows furrowed. "I'm not joking. I am seriously suggesting what would be best for the future of the Restoration. If you do exactly as I suggested, everything will work out. It's rare to hear such wishful thinking from you. In this hopeless situation, we have no choice but to cling to prayers and wishes. But I do have grounds for my suggestion. Just look at everything he's achieved until now." "That is my basis," Baronet Huguenot said with certainty. "I now understand why you were so reluctant to rely on him. You must have found it improper to rely on him while Stuart and I remained by your side. That's why you were so adamantly against it, no?" Christina's refined face twisted grimly as Baronet Huguenot continued speaking awkwardly. "Don't you think it's improper to drag him into things? Considering what the Beltram Kingdom did to him, he has no reason to help us," she said. "I doubt that. What do you mean?" "He's a compassionate person. If you tell him Celia's position will be endangered, he won't be able to, out of the question." Christina interrupted before Baronet Huguenot could finish his sentence. "Why not? We should be compensating him, not using Professor Celia as a bargaining chip. A bargaining chip. Is that not what you'd call it? Holding Professor Celia's position over his head like that. What does that sound like to you? It's just a matter of perspective. Changing perspective won't change the contents. That's. In the first place, Professor Celia was dispatched to Sir Amakawa on my orders. I told her to prioritize his interests over those of the Restoration. Even if the organization falls, I have no intention of betraying her by taking back that order. It's too late for such naivety. The future of the Restoration, no, the whole kingdom rests on this moment. Once the last force against Duke Arbor disappears, he truly will take over the kingdom. As the instigator of this hopeless situation, I may not have the right to say this, but you need to show your resolution as a ruler, Baronet Huguenot scolded Christina harshly. Asking Sir Amakawa to bring down Duke Arbor would indeed make things easy. All we'd have to do is sit back as our political enemy is eliminated. I'll be honest, I considered it as well, Christina admitted with a sigh. Then, but how many of the kingdom's nobles will support us after Arbor is eliminated? Won't the nobles currently siding with Arbor reject us even more out of fear of retaliation? Removing Arbor won't change the fact our supporters are the minority. It wouldn't be strange if it escalated to a messy political struggle. No, a civil war with bloodshed. Should I also ask Sir Amakawa to eliminate every important noble of the Arbor faction? Merely swapping out the head wouldn't make the body move. What kind of ending would await them if they chose the easy way out of their predicament? Christina eloquently explained the problems that would arise if they relied on Rio to solve their situation by force. Is using Sir Amakawa's power to resolve political matters truly for the sake of the kingdom's future? Isn't the easiest option also the hastiest option? Christina asked, staring at Baronet Huguenot with clear eyes. But at this rate, the Restoration will be dissolved. Despite arguing back, Baronet Huguenot averted his eyes. He couldn't deny how valid Christina's concerns were. That may be true. But even if it's for the sake of the organization, there are certain rules that must be followed at all times. Sometimes they're laws, and sometimes they're morals. There are some decisions that cannot be made even if they're necessary to the organization, like how you ordered Sir Amakawa's assassination in the past. Baronet Huguenot's face twisted bitterly at how his past was brought up. But only a failure of a ruler would spout empty promises without solutions, she continued. I know that. That's why the question is what else we can do. You asked me to show my resolution as a ruler, yes. Indeed, I'm ready to show it. But I want to know your resolution too. How far are you willing to go for the sake of the kingdom? I've already lost my title. If there's anything I have left to hand over, I will do so gladly. I'm prepared to do everything I can. You're sure I can trust those words? Christina asked in a clear voice, staring at Baronet Huguenot. Yes, Baronet Huguenot answered without hesitation, nodding firmly. 1 hour later, Baronet Huguenot had left, and Christina and her guard Vanessa were alone in the room. From the look on her face, Vanessa was clearly brooding over something. Christina shot her a glance. If you have something to say, just say it. No matter how ridiculous it is, I'll hear you out this one time, she said. Like Duke Huguenot, no, Baronet Huguenot said, why can't you rely on Sir Amakawa? With his power, we could. Vanessa bit her lip, trembling. There's no use regretting the past. We have to move forward, even if the only way forward is through a thorny path, Christina said, gazing out the window with a look of determination. She then continued without waiting for a reply. Summon Alfred here. Understood. Vanessa pressed her lips together as though to sew her mouth shut and left the room. Alfred Amarl was Vanessa's older brother, but everyone in the Beltram kingdom knew him as the King's Sword, the title given to the strongest swordsman in the nation. Back when Christina had been trying to escape from the capital of Beltram, Alfred had been defeated by Rio and was taken prisoner, along with Charles, by the Restoration. While Alfred's sword, the light blade of judgment, was returned to Beltram along with Charles afterward, Alfred himself had remained their prisoner the entire time. Excuse me, Vanessa said, returning to Christina's room with her brother in tow. There was a long, rectangular wooden box on Christina's desk that hadn't been there earlier. "It's been a while since we last spoke," Christina said. "Yes." Alfred had magic sealing shackles around his neck and hands, but he faced Christina's gaze with a boldness unimaginable for a prisoner. Christina got straight to the point without preamble. "After you were taken prisoner, you told me that you joined the pursuit team to fulfill my father's order, and that order was to protect me." "Yes. Yet you tried to capture me near the border of Beltram and Galark. Is this correct?" "It is. When I pointed out the contradiction in your actions, you told me you didn't have anything else to say at that moment." Christina recalled each and every word of Alfred's testimony with accuracy. "I do remember saying that," Alfred replied quietly, offering no opinion of his own. "Has that changed now?" Christina asked. "That depends on the situation. With all due respect, may I ask a question to confirm that?" Alfred asked back. "Go ahead. I heard that you used the regalia to claim accession to the Beltram throne." "Yes, I did. The coronation ceremony is yet to be held, but in the interim, my official position is queen." "In that case, it has changed. So what mattered to you was whether I assumed the throne. As the king's sword, your loyalty lies with the king. Is that it?" "You would be correct," Alfred said somewhat awkwardly, bowing his head. "Then why did you disobey my father's order? If you had caught me in that pursuit, you would have taken me back to the capital, no? If that had happened, he would have clearly violated King Philip III's order to fulfill his duty and protect Christina." Christina pointed out the inconsistency and pressed Alfred for an answer. "I will ask you once again, who are you loyal to?" This was probably the question she wanted to ask the most. She asked the main question before Alfred had answered her first question. "His Majesty, that has never changed and never will. But if I were to be completely honest, I wasn't sure how to fulfill that order back then." "Why not?" "I lacked information. His Majesty gave me that order in Duke Arbor and Charles's presence, so I was unable to confirm if your escape was part of his intentions. And if you betrayed the pursuit party to side with me in such a situation, my father would be left in a bad position. For every move you make as the king's sword is seen as my father's will," Christina said, immediately guessing the dilemma Alfred had to face. "That is correct. I apologize for my shortcomings," Alfred said with a pained expression. "You were merely loyal to your position as the king's sword. There's no need to apologize. Besides, I also lacked the information to trust you. I was under surveillance by Arbor's people every waking moment until I left the kingdom, so I developed a distrust for people once I got out. I was unable to trust you, even though you were the king's sword," Christina said, explaining her mental state back then. "But things are different now. I've become the ruler of Beltram, and you recognize me as such. Am I free to believe this?" "Yes," Alfred said with a firm nod. "In that case, I, Queen Christina of Beltram, ask you this." Christina's manner of speaking changed into a formal tone. At the same time, she stood up and opened the wooden box on her desk. A single sword was inside. "Yes," Alfred replied after a pause, bowing his head while still kneeling. Christina took the sword out of the box and approached him. She silently drew the blade from its sheath and lay it on Alfred's shoulder. "Do you wish to become our sword?" she asked curtly. "I do. Will you swing your sword to protect us?" "I will." "Will you swing your sword as we desire?" "I will." "Then I, Christina Beltram, accept you as our sword through this simplified ceremony," Christina declared, returning the sword back to its sheath. She then turned to Vanessa beside her. "Vanessa, remove Alfred's shackles." "Understood." Vanessa nodded quietly and approached her brother. She used the key she had to remove his shackles. Christina held the sword out to the newly freed Alfred. "Take it. It might not be the light blade of judgment, but it's yours." Although her position was provisional, Christina had the right to select a king's sword as well. Yet she hadn't chosen one up until today. There hadn't been anyone she'd found as worthy of the position as Alfred. Alfred quietly accepted the sword. He no longer had any shackles restraining him. If he changed his mind at this moment, Christina would be helpless. "However, as of this moment, I deem you reinstated as the king's sword. Will you lend me your strength?" Christina asked with a resolute stare, showing no fear of potential betrayal. As you wish, Alfred replied, accepting the sword in both hands. Then stand. I will explain to you what happens from here. And so, with a king's sword in hand, Christina took her first step toward a new tomorrow. Chapter 3. Influence the next day, Baronet Huguenots and Stuart's punishments, and Alfred Amaral's induction into the Restoration, as the king's sword were announced to the members of the Restoration. The simultaneous fall of the organization's leading noble and induction of a renowned knight shook the Restoration immensely. The morale of the young and low-ranking members in particular increased dramatically, and everyone was talking about it. While all that was happening, Christina and Flora were visiting Rio's mansion. They were accompanied by the newly appointed Alfred and his sister Vanessa. "Thank you for making the time to see us. Sorry to intrude upon you again so soon, but I wish to give you an update on things," Christina said, sitting with Flora on the sofa across from Rio. Incidentally, Rio had Celia and Charlotte sitting on each side of him. Gauky and Louise, Charlotte's personal knight, waited behind them. "Do tell." "First, as you can see, Alfred has joined the Restoration. To be more precise, as the king's sword, he will obey me as the current queen," Christina explained with a glance at Alfred behind her. "I see." Rio also glanced at Alfred. He had guessed as much when he'd seen Alfred accompanying her as a guard. "He once stood in my way and crossed swords with you. I brought him here today to offer an apology and give our greetings anew." "I sincerely apologize for the trouble I caused you at that time," Alfred said, stepping forward to bow his head deeply at Rio. "No, I should apologize for injuring you, and the time we crossed swords at Celia's wedding," Rio said awkwardly, looking at Celia. "Celia's wedding, could it be? Were you the hooded man?" Alfred immediately understood what he meant. He recalled the hooded man who barged into the parade and abducted the bride. "I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused back then," Rio said, standing up to return the bow. "There's nothing you need to apologize for, Sir Amakawa. Please be seated," Christina said in a fluster. More importantly, Alfred said he's bothered by how he injured Orphea back then. He'd like the chance to apologize to her directly as well. She changed the topic by bringing up Orphea, who wasn't present with them. "I understand. I will call her here later," Rio said, sitting down with a regretful nod. "In addition, there are others who have asked for a chance to apologize, though I didn't bring them along today," Christina added hesitantly. "Really? Who else is there?" "Rona and 2 of your former classmates. They have reflected on their attitude during their school days and wish to make amends." "I can't think of any reason they'd need to apologize," Rio refused with a shake of his head. His voice was gentle. "I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing, Princess Christina?" Rio's gaze darted about in awkwardness. When he ended up making eye contact with Celia, she smiled gently at him. "Very well. Please ask them to come along next time they have the time," he agreed. "Thank you very much, Sir Haruto," Flora said happily. "With all due respect, may I speak too?" Vanessa suddenly said, stepping forward to line up with Alfred. "What's the matter?" Christina asked with a puzzled frown. "I'd like to apologize to Sir Amakawa for the past as well." Rio tilted his head in confusion. "Whatever for? When we first met in the slums, I pointed my sword at you. On top of that, it was my carelessness that allowed Charles to interfere with your transport to the castle. I wish to give my sincere apologies for that." Vanessa's actions back then had resulted in Rio being tortured by Charles in the name of investigation. Rio immediately connected the dots. "Oh, that. I'm sorry. That incident was also my fault," Flora said, lowering her head sadly. That incident had begun with her abduction. "It's all in the past now, so I'm not bothered by it," Rio said casually, smiling as though he had forgiven everything. He then looked at Alfred, who was listening with a puzzled face. "It seems Alfred has no idea what we're all talking about." "Come to think of it, I haven't explained your past to him yet," said Christina. The opportunity to explain had been there, but she hadn't wanted to touch upon such confidential matters without the person in question present. "Then allow me to introduce myself again. I go by the name of Haruto Amakawa now, but I used to attend Beltram Academy under the name of Rio. Back then, I had black hair. Do you remember me? Rio asked, introducing himself to Alfred. You're the one who won against Charles during the tournament. Alfred's eyes widened as an image of a younger Rio flashed through his mind. It's been over 4 years since then. There was a bit of a dispute after the match, but I remember you stepped in to mediate. Thank you for that. It was more like that man's one-sided excuses than a dispute. He went all out against a student, then failed to accept his own defeat. I only did what was right as the commander of the Royal Guard. The behavior of my knights was disgraceful. Alfred recalled how Charles Arbor had acted back then and bowed his head at Rio with a pained look. Please don't let it bother you. I've truly forgotten about those days. Let's get back on topic. You had something else to discuss, right? Feeling awkward from the rush of apologies, Rio urged Christina to change the subject. Christina straightened in her seat and fixed her gaze on Rio. Yes, the main reason I'm here today is to explain the official punishment given to Stuart and Huguenot. It was announced earlier. I see. You may not be interested, but it's information that'll eventually reach you anyway. I'd like to tell you myself if possible. Rio's cheeks stiffened as though he ate something bitter. Very well. Let's hear it. First, Stuart has been sentenced to lifelong civil servitude. He will be working slave labor for the Gallic kingdom in the near future. I see. Next, Huguenot has been stripped of his title of duke and granted a baronetcy instead. He will continue to remain with the Restoration, but is that okay? Christina asked, observing Rio's silent expression. Do you mean if I have any complaints about the punishment? Yes. Then no, I do not. In fact, I believed it'd be more beneficial for the Restoration to hide my past and defer the punishment. If anything, Rio felt like the one to ask whether everything was okay. It's fine. One mistake can drag down the whole organization, but ignoring the mistake will just create more mistakes. The incident this time is the kind of mistake that cannot be forgiven. For the sake of the future, I must ensure it never happens again. There was an immeasurable amount of determination in Christina's words. Rio's eyes widened. Behind him, Gauki stared in awe at the young girl who already gave off the aura of a king. Around the same time, a certain person was visiting an office in the Gallic castle. Why, hello there. I've been waiting, Duke Gregory, the rugged owner of the office, said with a smile. He spread his muscular arms and welcomed his guest. Thank you for accepting my meeting request on such short notice. No, I'm happy to make time for you. I've been worried about your son as well. I'm sorry for all the fuss my foolish son made the other day, the guest, Baronet Huguenot, said, bowing his head deeply. No, I should be apologizing for the part I played in the incident. If only I had stopped your son earlier. In reality, Duke Gregory was the one who had incited Stuart's rampage. All the fault lies with my foolish son and myself, the failure of a parent. There is nothing to blame you for, Baronet Huguenot said without a hint of hatred. I was fully expecting him to complain about the incident the other day. Is there something else he wants? Duke Gregory gazed at Baronet Huguenot sharply. If only there was something I could do to help, he said, sounding like he was truly regretful and concerned. In that case, perhaps you could hear me out today. I'm here because I wish to discuss a different matter with you. If it's just listening, please have a seat. So there was something else. Duke Gregory sat down and Baronet Huguenot sat down across from him. I'll get straight to the point. It's about the complex matter we discussed the other day. Oh, the other day. Their conversation would have been incomprehensible to anyone listening in, but they understood each other immediately. After all, Duke Gregory was the one who brought up the complex matter to Baronet Huguenot, who had still been a duke back then. In other words, but you're familiar with the association of nobles across kingdom borders, no. There is someone who wishes to meet you in secret. Do you remember? Baronet Huguenot asked, narrowing his eyes at Duke Gregory. Of course. Then that should make this quick. You wanted a reply before the coronation ceremony, no? Indeed I did, Duke Gregory replied lightly. His mouth curled up in a smirk. How interesting. While Baronet Huguenot and Duke Gregory were having their meeting, someone was walking down the staircase that led to the Gallic Castle's underground prison. His name was Pierre, and he was Baronet Huguenot's second oldest son, Stuart's little brother. He was almost 14. Damn it all. Pierre was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched, and his footsteps on the stone floor showed no signs of hiding his irritation. It's all his fault, that bastard. Everything was his brother Stuart's fault. He was the reason Duke Huguenot had become Baronet Huguenot, and he was the reason Pierre was no longer the heir of the family. He wasn't even a noble anymore. Pierre was currently a commoner. The direct children of a duke were considered quasi-nobles even without land or title, but the children of a baronet were not. Without a title to inherit, they were all categorized as commoners. The Huguenot family name was only bestowed to Gustave, who held the baronet title, and Pierre was no longer allowed to call himself a Huguenot. Screw this. Screw him, why me? Pierre was so angry, his blood was boiling. A murderous hatred burned in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the underground prison of the Gallic Castle was a solitary confinement cell surrounded in complete darkness. Stuart was crouched on the stone floor of the cell with a look of despair on his face. He had yelled and cried when he was first brought to the prison, but 2 days had passed since then, and he had eventually quietened down. The solitary cell had a locked iron door and iron bars that split the cell into two, securely isolating Stuart from the outside world. No matter how much Stuart wailed, he wouldn't be able to tell if anyone was on the other side of the door. For the past 2 days, the only time someone entered the room was to give him his meal. Stuart had lost hope of anyone visiting. That is, until the door opened with a click. What? Stuart looked up with a gasp. The light from the corridor briefly blinded him, but he could make out 3 figures. One of them touched the lamp artifact beside the door, and Stuart's pupils shrank to adjust to the light. Pierre. Is that you, Pierre? Life returned to Stuart's eyes. His brother Pierre stood there, accompanied by a male prison guard and the butler of Baronet Huguenot's family. Stuart got to his feet and hurried over to the iron bars. Pierre also walked up to them. Has he come to free me? Stuart gave him a flattering smile as a convenient delusion filled his head, but die. The military baton in Pierre's hand slid through the bars of the jail. He thrust it at Stuart's cheek with all his might. Gwa! Stuart's face distorted at the direct hit. He fell backward and rolled on the floor, clutching his face. Curse you! Pierre spat angrily, banging the baton against the bars in rage. He hadn't hurt Stuart enough yet. What are you doing? Stuart slurred with his cheek cupped in his hands. I should be saying that, you piece of filth, utter scum. How dare you speak to your brother like that? You're no brother of mine. Guh. Stuart tried to object through his pain, but he faltered before Pierre's expression. That's right, scum. You should be glad you're behind bars, or I'd kill you right now. Pierre grabbed the iron bars and glared at Stuart. What's up with you? Stuart muttered weakly. He looked to his father's butler for an explanation. Master has. Don't, I'll spell it out for him, Pierre said, interrupting the butler. He then turned to Stuart. It's your fault the Duke Huguenot family has fallen. Huh, Stuart blinked blankly. Father's title has been seized from him. He's a baronet now. I can't inherit the Huguenot name anymore. I can't inherit the Duke title anymore. And all of it is your fault. Die, 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 die. Die, Pierre shook the iron bars of the jail like a child throwing a tantrum. Please calm down, young master, the butler said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. At the same time, he shot Stuart a clear look of contempt. You're lying, father's title, Stuart muttered. Why would I lie about this? Get over here, let me hit you more, Pierre yelled angrily. And no, Stuart tried to stand up, but his legs gave out from under him. He shuffled backward away from Pierre. This is all your fault. Why should my reputation be brought down with you? Arg. Pierre's planned future had been ruined out of the blue. He was so emotional, silent tears were running down his face as he fell to his knees without letting go of the bars. Young master. The butler grabbed Pierre by the shoulders and quietly helped him to his feet. You'll regret this. I will have my revenge on you, Pierre said once he calmed down, shooting Stuart a loathing glare. Eek! Still on the floor, Stuart flinched. But don't worry, you won't die that easily. What do you mean? Sensing something eerie in Pierre's cold grin, Stuart's voice cracked. You didn't think the punishments would end at father, did you? In a way, you're the most tragic one of all. You're not even a commoner, you're a penal slave. What? You must be joking. Why would I? That's impossible, Stuart raged, but because you tried to hide how you nearly killed Princess Flora, Pierre yelled back. That's everyone in the Restoration knows now about the crime you tried to hide. Exposing your own disgraceful past like that. You're an irredeemable fool. Pierre mocked his older brother with a sneer. Stop, don't look at me like that, Stuart said, shaking his head. Father doesn't want to see your face anymore. I came on his behalf to tell you your sentence. Why you're lying. It's not a lie. You'll be sent to work in the harshest environments. If you rebel, you'll be forced to wear a collar of submission. You'll probably die an early death, and it won't be a nice one. Pierre relished in Stuart's frightened reaction as he described how he would suffer. Hey, don't be like that. You're joking, aren't you? Tell me the truth, Pierre. Stuart crawled over to the bars to beg at Pierre's feet, having forgotten how he had been hit earlier. Don't come near me, you filthy slave. Irk. This time, the baton made contact with Stuart's shoulder. He fell forward. Die, you piece of trash, die. Pierre continued swinging down the baton with all his might. The bars got in the way of his aim, but he succeeded in landing a few hits that would leave bruises. Stop. Stop it, please. Stuart shuffled backward while protecting his head. He eventually collapsed, curling into a ball and groaning. HMPH, did you think I'd forgive you so easily? From now on, you better be on guard. What do you mean? I'm saying I'm going to investigate where you're going to be sent. What do you plan on doing? Like I'd tell you. Live in fear, Pierre sneered. He then changed the topic with a spiteful look. I won't be coming back here. No one will come see you. This is your last chance. Do you have anything you want to say? Stuart couldn't answer the sudden question right away. But if he missed this chance, there would really be no one left to beg. He knew he had to say something, but his mind was completely blank. Bye. Pierre turned with a smug smile and walked to the door. Wait, don't go. Hey. Tell father to save me, Stuart yelled, but Pierre slammed the door on him before he had finished his sentence. Chapter 4. Apology. Several days later, in the afternoon, more people were visiting Rio's mansion during the afternoon hours. Christina, Flora, Rona, Elise, and Dorothea. With the exception of Flora, who was 1 year younger, everyone had been Rio's classmates at the Royal Academy. Alfred and Vanessa were also there as guards. At the entrance of the mansion, Christina gave her greeting on behalf of the party. Thank you for inviting us today. Thank you very much, Sir Haruto. Flora also thanked him with a cheerful grin. I should be the one thanking you for coming today. Welcome, everyone. Rio and Celia stood side by side, welcoming them. Thank you for today. Thank you. Rona bowed her head while Elise and Dorothea curtsied nervously. Please come inside. The weather is nice today, so I'll show you to the gazebo out back, Rio said gently and headed for the backyard. Today, Rona Fontaine was visiting Rio's mansion to apologize for her mistakes during her school days. Normally, all the residents of the mansion would welcome them together, but the others were nowhere to be seen today. With today's purpose being what it was, they were probably being tactful. Have a seat here. The party was led to a summer gazebo in the backyard and took their seats. However, Rio immediately tried to leave the gazebo. I'll go prepare some fresh tea and snacks. Please wait a moment. Please handle the rest, Celia. You can count on me. Rio and Celia exchanged those words just before he left. It was an exchange that suggested an intimacy beyond that of a regular teacher and student relationship. They really are close. Of course, Rona had already known that the two were close. But now that she was aware of Rio's past, her perspective was different from when she had been unaware. It was a fresh kind of feeling. This was because Rio had always been alone during their school days, and she had never seen him close to anyone before. That being said, it was possible that the two had spent time together forming a close relationship, and she just didn't know. Dorothea also stared at their exchange curiously. Meanwhile, Elise was still feeling so guilty over the false testimony she had given for Stuart at the outdoor drill. She clearly looked shaken by intense nervousness. "There's no need to be so nervous, Elise," Celia said to her with a gentle smile. "Ah, okay, he asked me to get everyone to relax first. He said it'd be harder for you all to talk with him around, so he wanted me to give some advice as a teacher." As Celia spoke, she gazed at Rio's back in the distance with a look of affection. The rest of the party was lured into following her gaze. "So that's why he personally went to wait on us." Rona was impressed by Rio's flawless consideration. It was common for the host to serve their guests at the table in noble society, but Rona had never seen one carry their feet all the way to the kitchen themselves. At most, they would just serve the drinks already carried to the table by the servants. "I'm sorry, we ended up inconveniencing him even more," Christina said regretfully. "Oh no, it isn't any inconvenience. We just want everyone to have fun before you go home today." Celia waved her hands in a fluster, speaking on behalf of Rio. "But we came here today to give our apologies. Would it be right to have fun when they were here to apologize?" Christina hesitated as that perfectly reasonable question flashed through her mind. "In that case, that's all the more reason you should have fun today. He doesn't have any feelings of resentment toward everyone. He told me to treat today as a class reunion as well." "A class reunion, you say?" Christina was taken aback by the unexpected words. "Oh my, how lovely," Flora exclaimed, eyes sparkling. "Flora, sorry." Her older sister pointedly cleared her throat to scold how carefree she was being. Flora quickly lowered her head. Celia giggled. "I'd also be happy if you could enjoy today as a class reunion. Since it's his wish, I'd like to respect that." She smiled at them adorably. "I understand Sir Amakawa doesn't want any apologies. What meaning is there in forcing him to receive one-sided apologies? I told these girls to give up if all they wanted was to apologize to make themselves feel better." "That's not an apology, that's self-satisfaction," Christina said fluently, looking around at Rona, Elise, and Dorothea. "But everyone wanted to apologize to Rio anyway," Celia asked, looking around with her. She didn't use the name Haruto, but the name he had used as a student of the Royal Academy. "Rona, you answer that. You're the one who insisted on this meeting today," Christina said. "Yes. It's because I want to take the mistakes I made very seriously and ensure I never repeat them. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't be able to face him or anyone else in the mansion again," Rona replied firmly, showing no hesitation. Celia's eyes widened briefly before she stared straight at Rona. "I see. That's why you want to give a proper apology." "Yes, we're the only classmates from back then that are in the restoration right now, but this is our collective opinion." Rona nodded strongly. Elise and Dorothea also inclined their heads in agreement. "I see. Rio's wish is for no one to feel any guilt over the past, so this is troubling. I can't pick sides as a teacher, but I wish to respect your opinions too." On the receiving end of her students' strong gazes, Celia tilted her head and hummed. She thought for a few more moments, then spoke. "I understand. How about you give your apologies, then we hold our class reunion? Put those feelings behind you and make both happen at once. Feeling guilty forever will stop you from moving forward." Celia gave her students a soft, enveloping smile and called out to them. "Right, Professor Celia." Flora, Rona, Elise, and Dorothea looked like they were on the verge of tears. Christina watched over their radiant figures. "Your reply?" Celia demanded playfully. "Okay," her students all said in unison, nodding. Several minutes later, Rio returned to the gazebo in the garden and poured tea under the gazes of all the girls. There was no conversation being held, so he felt awkward. Tee-hee. But Celia was beaming brightly, so he determined there were no problems. He focused on his task at hand, not wanting to pour bad tea for royal and noble ladies. How perfect, Rona thought as she watched him. She could tell from his form that he was used to pouring tea on a daily basis. Each and every one of his movements had elegance and refinement. His fashion sense was also wonderful. Was the vaguely feminine sense she could feel the influence of the women he lived with. He had a handsome and androgynous face, so it was almost unfair how picturesque he looked. Perhaps that was why Flora clapped her hands quietly as she watched Rio pour the tea. Wow! Elise's and Dorothea's gazes were also fixed on his profile. Seeing the red blush on their cheeks, Rona almost narrowed her eyes reproachfully. Princess Flora aside, have Elise and Dorothea forgotten they're here to apologize? But she remembered how Celia wanted them to enjoy the class reunion as a class reunion and calmed herself. In the meantime, Rio finished pouring the tea. Here you are, he said as he served everyone. Its fresh aroma had a pronounced sweetness, bringing a feeling of bliss with every breath. Thank you very much, everyone said with spellbound expressions. I've prepared some flavored tea. There are also some cooled cakes, so please dig in before they warm up. At Rio's word, everyone began reaching for their tea and cakes. As young ladies from royal and noble families, they were all used to drinking tea. They began drinking with beautiful manners. It's splendid. Rona closed her eyes, overcome with emotion. It was mellow on the tongue and had very little bitterness, making it extremely easy to drink. It also had a great relaxing effect, almost making her forget she was visiting someone else's home. The quality of the tea utensils was great, but so was the temperature control of the teapot, the amount of tea leaves, the steam time, and the disposal of dregs. It was a perfect cup that couldn't be recreated unless everything was ideal. Magnificent as always, Christina said with a deep sigh. I love this scent. You seem to be using tea leaves I'm unfamiliar with, Flora said with a dreamy look, expressing interest in the tea leaves. I don't know either, me neither. I can tell it's a type of berry leaf, but other than that, Dorothea, Elise, and Rona didn't know the tea leaves either. It's a new product from the Ricca Guild. I received them from Lyslot, Rio said, revealing the source of the tea leaves. The Ricca Guild's tea leaves were a luxury product that rapidly gained popularity in recent years. While the Merchant Guild's brand power played a big part, it was the undeniably excellent quality of the product that had won over the hearts of the fans. Noblewomen and their daughters in particular liked to purchase them in bulk, so the popular tea leaves were often out of stock. They were a rare product. Oh my, what valuable tea leaves! Elise's and Dorothea's eyes widened. The tea leaves are wonderful as well, but Sir Amakawa's skill was even better, Rona said after taking another sip, praising Rio's abilities. Thank you very much, Rio said embarrassedly, scratching his cheek. He baked the cake as well, Celia said with a proud grin, as though to say they were definitely delicious. Oh my, baking as well? Is it a cheesecake? It's been baked to a very nice color. Everyone's gazes were drawn to the cake. It looked like a normal baked cheesecake on a tart base, only it wasn't decorated with any fancy toppings, as though to embody the phrase simple is the best. Yes, I hope they're to your liking. Eat up. Then, if you don't mind, everyone tried a bite of the cake that had been split onto small plates before them. Oh, Christina's and Flora's eyes widened. In contrast to the surface that had most likely been slow baked in an oven, the inside was a rare, rich, and creamy cheese that melted right away in the mouth. The texture was unexpectedly surprising, but above all, it was delicious. The gentle sweetness of sugar mixed with the mellow flavor of vanilla was perfectly complemented by the tangy flavor of the cheese that was the star of the dish. Whoa, so tasty. It's amazing. Elise, Dorothea, and Rona were shocked. They immediately took a second bite. Ha, right? Celia had yet to touch her cake as she proudly watched her students' reactions. This is a different cheesecake from the one we were served before, right? I love this one too, it's so delicious, Flora said in praise, taking another bite. Thank you very much. I'm glad it's to your liking, Rio said with a sigh of relief. I was surprised by how the surface is baked properly, yet the inside is still rare. The rich flavor on the first bite is perfectly balanced with the soft texture. The amount of vanilla and sweetness is truly well done, Christina also said in high praise. It's a blend of cream cheese and fresh cheese. As you've keenly observed, the surface was baked thoroughly, while the inside was cooked using residual heat to maintain the rare texture. It was then left to sit in the fridge overnight, Rio said, explaining the cake. Incidentally, this cheesecake was taught to him at a store he worked part-time at as Amakawa Haruto. However, the cheese, sugar, and vanilla used in the original recipe was extremely specific, and it had taken a lot of trial and error to find similar ingredients in this world. It was only recently that he had been able to produce a quality he was satisfied with. While everyone here was attending school, Rio used to pour tea for me like this. He also made me sweets. He's always been good at baking. Really? Celia smiled cheerfully as she recalled the past. Everyone was wide-eyed with interest, and their attention focused on Rio. I helped out in her laboratory in exchange for her help with my studies, Rio said. So that's how you two got close, Flora muttered jealously, looking into the distance. That mood spread, making silence fall for a while. Christina took that chance to straighten herself. Thank you so much for today. We came to apologize to you, yet we received such a warm welcome instead. Not at all. Like I said the other day, I cannot think of anything you have to apologize for. It's only natural for me to welcome you. Sensing the change in the air, Rio shook his head with a troubled look. He insisted there was nothing to apologize for and took a sip of his tea awkwardly. Say Haruto no Rio, Celia suddenly said. Yes, why do you think that is? Why do you think they want to apologize to you? I don't know. Why? Rio tilted his head, puzzled. It's troubling being apologized to when you don't know why, right? But there has to be a reason they want to apologize. Why don't you hear them out? Celia said to Rio, gently admonishing him. Right, since it was a request from his beloved teacher, Rio accepted the suggestion easily. He obediently agreed with a relaxed smile. Christina could tell Christina had smoothly set the stage for them. She bowed at her gratefully and looked at Rona, Elise, and Dorothea in turn. The reason these girls want to apologize to Sir Amakawa is because they don't think they can face you or the other residents of this mansion until they do. Rona came to me saying she had no right to stand before you or the others, Christina said, revealing the aim of their apology. I see. Maintaining my relationship with you was something I struggled with myself for a long time. That's why I decided to listen to their request. I'd like to ask you to receive their apology now that your past is completely in the open, Christina uttered, staring straight at Rio without blinking. I understand, Rio eventually said, nodding deeply. Thank you very much, Christina replied firmly, bowing her head with Flora, Rona, Elise, and Dorothea. However, if we're going to do this, can we make this the last time? Once everyone here has given their apology, let's never bring up the gloomy past ever again. The goal is to deepen our relationship from here, right? Rio said with a smile. Sir Amakawa, if you can promise that, I'll be happy to receive your apologies. How about that? Okay. Christina nodded, voice shaking. I'm very sorry. Please accept my apology as the Queen of Beltram Kingdom for allowing you to be treated unjustly at the academy and end up isolated. After establishing her position as the ruler of the nation, she stood up and bowed her head low. It was essentially an apology at a national level. Flora also stood up and bowed her head quietly. I'm very sorry, Sir Haruto, no, Sir Rio. I'm very sorry as well. Not only did I silently watch the situation you were placed in, I was rude to you in many ways. Rona stood up and bowed. I'm very sorry, Dorothea apologized. I also wanted to say I'm very sorry. I gave a false testimony at the outdoor drill that resulted in you being framed. The last to stand up was Elise, who apologized with a terribly pale face. Even with her face down, it was clear she was extremely nervous, shaking from head to toe. Okay, I've received your apologies, so please raise your heads. Rio also stood up and urged everyone to take their seats in as light of a tone as possible, but no one lifted their heads right away. To be honest, I'm glad I was isolated during my school days, he admitted with a troubled expression. Everyone looked up in confusion. Celia also tilted her head with a blank look. If I hadn't been isolated, I wouldn't have gotten as close to Celia as I did. That's why I'm glad. Plus, thanks to that, I didn't consider myself isolated at the academy, Rio said bashfully. Wah, even the smart and clear-headed Celia took a moment to process the meaning of Rio's words. Her jaw fell open several moments later. Oh my! Flora, Dorothea, and Rona all stirred excitedly like they had witnessed a chapter of a romance novel. "Our Rio, don't joke around like that," Celia screamed, blushing like a young girl. "It may have sounded like a joke, but I'm serious." Rio didn't correct himself, blushing like a boy his age. My oh my, the atmosphere of Flora and the others watching on was dyed pink. Gee gosh! Bothered by her students' gazes, Celia ducked her head with a red face. The sight of the rare expression on her teacher made Christina giggle as well. With the tension in the room eased, Rio suggested they resume their tea party. "Now, why don't we continue with the class reunion? It's only just started, and Celia was looking forward to today too. The tea will get cold at this rate." "Please sit down," he said. "All right, it's a rare class reunion, and the promise was for everyone to enjoy it." "That's right. Why don't we use this chance to discuss things we couldn't talk about before? There might be things you've always wanted to ask." Celia led the conversation to distract everyone from her embarrassment. "Do you have anything, Elise?" she asked once everyone sat down. She was being considerate to Elise, who had calmed down a little. Elise flinched at the sudden question. "Huh, oh, then, why did your hair color change, Sir Amakawa?" she asked hesitantly. "I changed my hair color through a magic artifact. Certain circumstances turned this into my permanent color, but I can change it back to black," Rio said, touching his pendant-shaped artifact from above his clothes. His white hair turned black before their eyes. Changing his hair back to black gave him a completely different impression from his white-haired self. The resemblance to the past Rio was much clearer. Wow, everyone was wide-eyed. He was much more recognizable as the classmate they once knew, grown into an adult. "Es Sir Rio, it's Sir Rio," Flora cried happily, eyes sparkling. "I'm no longer black-haired, so it's a little embarrassing." "I'm surprised," Rona said, taken aback. "Christina, look, it's Sir Rio, it's Sir Rio," Flora said, turning to Christina excitedly, yet to calm down. "Why, yes, I can see," Christina replied, but she seemed quite bewildered. Sensing that, Flora peered into her sister's face. "What's the matter? The impression he gives off is so different, it's almost like he's a different person. Not in a bad way, of course. It just reminds me strongly of his past self." Christina had only interacted with the white-haired Haruto Amakawa after leaving school, not the black-haired Rio. That's probably why he felt more like Rio than Haruto Amakawa with this hair color. "Are you being shy?" "No, that's not it," Christina denied in a fluster. "I showed you my black hair form once before," Rio said with a strained smile. He was referring to just after the fight with Lucius, when Christina and Flora discovered his identity. He had shown his black-haired form while the two stayed in his stone house for protection. "Yes, but it's been a while since then," Christina muttered, unable to look directly at Rio. "So you are feeling shy?" Flora repeated, staring into her sister's face. "I'm telling you I'm not," Christina denied, faintly red-cheeked. "I think I understand what Christina is feeling. His hair color being the same as before reminds us more of his past self, making us feel more conscious of him," Rona said awkwardly. "Christina and Rona, you both keep talking about him like he's a stranger," Flora pointed out exasperatedly. Christina and Rona were both doing so unconsciously, as even though they knew he was the same person, they couldn't help feeling like they were seeing an illusion, as though the young Rio had suddenly appeared before them. The person they had actively avoided back then was now right before them. The reality of that made them both feel awfully shy. "In other words, you're embarrassed. You're being shy, right?" Flora asked happily. "If that's what makes you happy." Christina turned away with a faint blush. Her rare reaction made Flora and Celia smile. "Shall I return my hair color to normal?" Rio offered, reaching for his pendant over his clothes again. "Huh, that's such a waste. It's such a rare sight." Flora whined sadly, pleading for him to keep his hair black. "I think black is lovely. Yes, it suits you well." Dorothea and Elise agreed with Flora while staring at Rio's face. "I don't mind either way," Rio said hesitantly. "Since it's a class reunion, why don't you stay like that? You can be Rio today, not Haruto, Celia said to him with a giggle on her lips. Okay, Rio nodded bashfully and lowered his hand. Is it Dorothea's turn next? Do you have any questions? Celia asked. She was being very teacher-like, taking the role of facilitator for the sake of her students. Huh. Then ... It might be a little late to ask this, Dorothea said hesitantly. She glanced at Rio with embarrassment. Yes, what is it? Rio tilted his head. Do you remember me from when you were in school? She asked. She was aware that out of everyone there, she'd had the least contact with Rio during his school days, leaving the weakest impression on him. Of course. I immediately noticed it was you when you greeted me at the Galark banquet. When I asked for your name, you answered me, Rio said with a smile, describing the first reunion he'd had upon growing up. Oh my, you already noticed me during the banquet, yet I had no idea it was you. How embarrassing, Dorothea responded bashfully, unable to meet Rio's eyes. Don't tell me. Has she fallen for Sir Amakawa? Rona thought quietly, watching her from the side. With Dorothea's current position, she couldn't meet Rio easily. Their statuses were completely flipped from the past. What would happen if she rashly tried to use this opportunity to capture Rio's heart? Love is blind, as people like to say, and Rona couldn't bear to watch her make a fool of herself in front of Rio. She's free to fall for who she wants, but they had just apologized to him for the past, and they were still in front of Christina and Flora. There was a time and place for everything, and it'd be problematic if she ignored that. That being said, there wasn't anything problematic with her behavior yet. Please don't do anything strange. Rona prayed silently as she took an elegant sip of her tea, but her mind had been so focused on Dorothea, she had overlooked Elise's existence. Elise had also been at the banquet, where Rio exchanged greetings with Dorothea. Elise gazed at Rio heatedly, as though to remind him of her presence back then. I believe we also exchanged greetings back then, Rio said, giving her a smile too after noticing her gaze. Yes, you remember me too. Elise clapped her hands together with ecstatic joy. Not you too. Rona almost fell to the side. The cup in her hand shook as she tried to place it down on the saucer on the table, but it made an audible sound. The tea inside the cup spilled a little. Seated beside her, Flora was the first to notice. Rona, she said, startled. My apologies. I can't believe I've done such a thing. Rona apologized in a panic. Rio immediately stood up and approached her. Did you get burned? Do you feel any heat or pain? No, I'm fine. I just spilled a little in the saucer, Rona said, shaking her head meekly, but, may I have your hand? Rio knelt in front of Rona, holding his hand out reverently. Oh my. It was rare for situations like this to occur in daily life, and there weren't many royalty or nobility that would act as well-mannered as Rio in similar situations. Most would order their servants to handle the situation, which was why Flora, Elise, and Dorothea all raised their voices in cheer. Ha! Rona blinked, staring at Rio's hand blankly. But a few moments later, she understood his intention. Okay. She softly placed her hand that had been holding the cup on top of Rio's. Pardon me, I'm going to check if your clothes got dirty. Rio grabbed Rona's hand like she was made of fragile porcelain and checked her glove for stains. Rona stared down at Rio's black hair silently. There's a little tea on your gloves. May I take them off? Rio asked, looking up at her. Why, yes. Making eye contact with Rio at such a close distance made Rona's voice crack. Then Rio lowered his gaze and began taking off Rona's glove. He moved in a delicate and courteous manner, taking every care not to pull too hard. It was clear he was nursing Rona's hand and tending to the fabric. What is this? Rona felt her face heating up. Her heart was beating erratically. That was only natural. The only men she had contact with on a daily basis were Hiroaki, Rei, and Kauta. They didn't treat women with this much courtesy, so she wasn't used to receiving such gentlemanly treatment. You don't seem burned. Does it hurt anywhere? Rio asked, staring into Rona's eyes. No, it doesn't, Rona replied in a fluster. Isn't his face a little too handsome? His eyelashes are so long. What's up with that? Why is my face so hot? Am I some young maiden in love? She screamed in her heart. That's good, Rio said with a relieved smile. Eek! Rona felt her face get even hotter. Is he a natural womanizer? His face is so handsome it's a weapon. His gentlemanly manners and overwhelming looks were those of a predator at the top of the food chain. Dangerous, this is dangerous. He had military achievements, social status, and good looks. He was a modern-day hero with all those qualities combined, and he had mastered the art of capturing a maiden's heart. On top of that, he wasn't calculative about it. He implemented it all naturally. Everything he did was out of kindness. He had absolutely no intention of flirting. At this point, it's just evil. There was a sense of superiority to be had when a gentleman of higher standing with absolute power waited on you hand and foot. It wouldn't be strange for a young lady to get the wrong impression. In fact, it was impossible not to get the wrong idea. Rona herself had nearly fallen for it, so she wasn't one to speak about Dorothea and Elise. And no, I have Sir Hiroaki already. That was right. Today, Hiroaki had trusted Rona and sent her off to apologize to Rio with encouraging words. She couldn't betray that trust. Rona recalled Hiroaki's face and shook her head to dispel any other thoughts. I can't allow it to stain permanently, so I'll go wash your glove immediately, Rio said, taking Rona's glove and turning to leave the gazebo. Huh, no, there's no need. Rona snapped back to her senses and tried to call out to Rio's back, but Celia, can you heal Rona just in case? Rio was in the middle of talking to Celia as he walked by. Yes, leave it to me. Celia giggled in amusement as she agreed to perform the treatment. Flora was also giggling with her. Then, if you would excuse me. Rio placed his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly before leaving the gazebo. Elise and Dorothea glared at Rona reproachfully, as though to accuse her of hogging all the attention. What are you doing? Christina muttered, looking fed up with Rona. My apologies. Rona turned bright red and apologized in a barely audible voice. Chapter 5. The future from here. 1 week later, in a room of the Gallark Castle's guest house, Christina and the leaders of the Restoration were holding a meeting at a huge table. Among those in attendance were Seiki Rei's fiancée Rosa and her father, Baron Dandy, and Murakumo Kauta's girlfriend Mikla and her father, Baron Belmond. Baronet Huguenot was also there, whereas there were very few military officers. This was because most of the chief military officers had been captured when Redania fell. Professor Celia will also be attending today, Christina said, glancing at Celia beside her as she introduced her to everyone. It's good to be here, Celia said, bowing to the other participants. Let's begin right away. A letter has arrived from the administration in the capital. Christina placed a letter on the table. They wish to hold a discussion before the coronation ceremony, she said, explaining its contents. What do they want to discuss? Dorothea's father, Count Albert, asked. Now that Huguenot had fallen from duke to baronet, he was the highest-ranking noble among the Restoration's civil officials. They're demanding the return of the regalia and the cancellation of the coronation ceremony. They're willing to yield the designation of the discussion location to us. If anyone has any thoughts to share regarding this, feel free to speak your mind now, Christina said to everyone. The participants actively exchanged their opinions. Regalia aside, the cancellation of the coronation ceremony. They should be able to deny the legitimacy of the accession through a vote, so there shouldn't be a need for them to bring up the ceremony at all. Perhaps they wish to avoid that vote. It's a large-scale procedure that will cost time and labor to implement. There's also the issue of legal interpretation. The law has strict conditions to begin with, and it's never been applied before. They might want to avoid a situation where the vote is invalidated afterward due to flaws in the procedure. Their motive might be to maintain their dignity in front of the neighboring kingdoms. It'd be unprecedented for nobles to overturn a coronation ceremony and deny the legitimacy of the new king's accession. It would be difficult for them to justify themselves to foreign nations. There's a rule that allows royalty who have married abroad to request a new vote too. Perhaps they wish to avoid allowing such openings. The discussions continued, but their true motive is most likely the return of the regalia. The legitimacy of the accession can be denied with the right amount of nobles on their side. If we don't take down the stronghold, no amount of new votes will allow the accession to pass. The Restoration members agreed that the cancellation of the coronation ceremony was the lower priority request compared to the return of the regalia. It's true that both the regalia and the ceremony are a source of distress to Duke Arbor. But I guess it'd be more troublesome to him if Christina retains possession of the symbol of royal authority. Celia almost agreed with the flow of conversation when, shouldn't we delve further into the cancellation of the ceremony? Someone argued. It was Baronet Huguenot, who had been silent until now. Although his social status had fallen dramatically, he was a former executive of the organization. The attention of the entire room was drawn to him. "What do you mean?" Count Albert asked, wide-eyed. "When I re-examined the laws concerning votes on the legitimacy of accession, I found an old rule that stipulated the vote must be held anonymously. In other words, it's a secret ballot. Of course, Arbor is more than capable of underhanded tricks that would remove the anonymity of the vote, but he'd be exposing himself to the risk of criticism with all the attention from foreign nations. You don't think Duke Arbor would remove the anonymity of the vote? He might do so for the first vote. But if the first vote is invalidated on such grounds, he wouldn't be able to remove it from subsequent votes. Especially once criticism from royalty who have married abroad is added, it just cannot be ignored. Either way, we should assume a truly secret ballot could be implemented," Baronet Huguenot said, giving the room his opinion in a clear voice. "I see. Since Duke Arbor doesn't know what people will vote for, he won't be able to control the results. That makes it more likely for the denial to fail. Arbor probably fears a situation where Queen Christina's accession is declared legitimate and her accession is confirmed," Baronet Huguenot theorized. There should be some nobles in the main administration that are unwillingly obeying Duke Arbor after all. Great thinking as always. The participants were astir with awe, however. "It's only a possibility," Baronet Huguenot added plainly. "It doesn't change the fact that the Arbor faction has the overwhelming majority, and we have no way of knowing how many nobles would defy his will in the vote. There's still plenty of chances we lose. That being said, he might be demanding the cancellation of the ceremony to remove that possibility entirely." "What do you think, Queen Christina?" Count Albert asked. "I am in general agreement with everyone's opinions. I'm thinking of accepting the discussion with Arbor with this in mind," she replied. "Are you saying there's room for negotiation?" In other words, she had the intention to either return the regalia or cancel the ceremony. "It depends on the conditions. Sacrifices are needed at times. We have lost too much already. If there's something we can regain through this, I'm prepared to pay a cost." Everyone lowered their gaze as a heavy silence fell over the room. "Next, let us discuss what kind of conditions we wish to achieve in the negotiations," Christina said firmly, as though she was looking only at the future. After the meeting ended, the participants filed out of the room. "Thank you for attending today, Professor," Christina said to Celia beside her. "I didn't do anything but sit there. You're the one who did all the work, Queen Christina." Celia bowed her head deeply. "I will request Count Claire's presence at the meeting. The discussion will most likely be held the day after their arrival, so can I count on you to exchange information on the state of the capital with your father the night before?" Ever since they lost Redania, it had been difficult for the Restoration to probe into the state of the capital. The meeting was a precious opportunity to gather information. "Of course. Leave it to me," Celia said with a solemn nod. "Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a member of the Restoration too, so this is only natural. I haven't received any other work, and you've allowed me to do as I please until now." "That's not true. I've asked you to serve as Sir Amakawa's assistant. You've also lended us your intellectual property rights over your sorcery, and you've contributed a lot to our fundraising until now." "All I'm doing as an assistant is living normally, though," Celia said with a somewhat troubled smile. "No, it's a role no one else in the Restoration can do. The organization receives indirect benefits from you living in Sir Amakawa's mansion." It wasn't only Rio either. Satsuki, Charlotte, and other key figures of the Gallic kingdom gathered in that mansion. It was a place King Francois considered very important, and Celia, a member of the Restoration, lived there too. The relationship Celia had built with Rio had to have some influence on Francois's judgment concerning the Restoration. That was the indirect benefit Christina was referring to. Do you really think so? Celia tilted her head uncertainly. Yes, I know it's hard to feel the benefits when they come in such an indefinite shape, but it's a role that only you can do, Professor. Please continue staying by his side. Have confidence, Christina said firmly. Thank you very much. I should be the one thanking you. Your mediation at the class reunion was extremely helpful as well. I really didn't do anything there. That's not true. You acted as the intermediary that allowed that reunion to succeed. It was clear how much he values you. Don't make fun of me, Celia said, blushing shyly. Christina giggled. I'm not joking. Thank you. But Rio, values his relationship with you as well. He was very worried about you. She had decided to call him by the name Rio unless she was in public or around people she didn't want to explain the circumstances to. Sir Amakawa was worried. Christina's eyes widened. Yes, he asked me to help you within my power today too. I see. So if there's anything I can do, don't hesitate to tell me. I will do whatever I can. In that case, please share the details of today's meeting with your mother and Sit Amakawa. Are you sure? This time, Celia was the one who looked surprised. I can't allow him to worry about me, so go ahead. It should be fine to tell those two the general details of everything. I trust them both, Christina said with a gentle smile. After returning home, Celia met with Rio and her mother Monica at an office of the mansion. The purpose of their meeting was to share the general outline of what had happened at the earlier discussion. And so there'll be another discussion to be held with the Arbor faction. We will be demanding Father's presence there, Celia said in summary. She looked between Rio and her mother's faces. Monica smiled into the distance, recalling her husband's face. I see, so I might be able to see Roland again. The Count is welcome to stay at the mansion while he's here, Rio said to her. Oh, there's no need for that. The Count is such a stiff way of calling him, you should call him Father. Mom, Celia shrieked, red-faced. Ha ha ha, Rio let out a strained laugh. But thank you for the consideration, Rio. Thanks, Rio. Rio gently shook his head at their gratitude. No, I'm just stating the obvious. That aside, how's it going? What's the restoration situation? He asked. I'd be lying if I said there was nothing to worry about. We've lost Redania, so honestly, the situation is quite bad, Celia replied frankly. But I think it's too early to despair. Queen Christina hasn't given up yet, at least. She's determined to work out a plan and is staring straight at the future, she added. I see. Rio had a thoughtful face. Is there something that bothers you? Celia asked, quietly observing his expression. It's right after the incident with Baronet Huguenot, and it's rare for you to be summoned as well. On top of taking a moment to give his reply, Rio hesitated in the middle of his words. Their rendezvous that night had flashed through his head. The image of a delicate girl standing in the deep darkness just wouldn't leave his head. He could still feel the heat against his skin when he hugged the girl, shivering from the pouring rain. But ever since that night, Christina had acted normally. Even in Celia's eyes, she was maintaining the image of a powerful queen before her vassals. So which Christina was the real one, or were they both real? If so, was there a girl who had been left behind on that night, trembling in the pouring rain? Rio, Celia called out gently out of worry for the brooding expression on Rio's face. Sorry. To be honest, I fear the situation is a lot more serious than it seems. For the Restoration as an organization, Christina as its leader, and for you as its member. Rio stopped thinking so hard and simply explained his feelings. His straightforward expression of emotions seemed to appear favorable in Monica's eyes, as she made a sound of wide-eyed wonder beside him. Oh, I see. I was summoned so that she could ask me to talk to my father about the state of the Beltram kingdom. She probably wanted to share a certain level of information, Celia said. Right. Baronet Hughes' demotion definitely had some influence on the organization, but he's been an excellent leader of a faction for a long time. His lower rank won't affect the respect and power he has. He gave good points at the meeting that everyone listened to, so it's clear that no one there has abandoned him. Ranks were important to nobility, but the former nobles of the Huguenot faction hadn't obeyed Gustave Huguenot for his rank alone. Had they not empathized with his ideals, and had he not had the ability to back them up, they would not have followed him. That's good then. At any rate, there's no need to feel responsibility. It's the restoration's problem. Queen Christina said the same to reassure you. Really, she knew you were worried. She said I could share the details of today's discussion with you too. I can't tell you how the negotiations will go with the Arbor faction yet, but I think the meeting today gave us some hope. I see. Well, I'm closer to being an outsider despite being a restoration member. I hope you can trust Queen Christina and watch over her with me. It's reassuring just to have you here. I understand, Rio replied to Celia with a smiling nod. Just then, Monica giggled. She looked from Rio's face to Celia's. What is it, Mother? Celia asked, stiffening. It feels like I'm interrupting things, she said happily, placing a hand over her cheek. What do you mean by that? That isn't the case at all, Celia replied embarrassedly. Really? Then it must be fine for me to borrow his arm for a while. I'm tired, Monica said, clinging to Rio's arm. What? Hey, Celia was dumbfounded. Rio also tried to pull back reflexively in shock, but Monica's hold on him was firm. She pulled him closer. Mother, get away from Rio. Celia stood up in a fluster and ran over to the other side of the table where they were seated. She tried to peel her mother away from Rio. Oh my, somebody jealous? Monica asked gleefully. That's not it. Father would collapse if he saw you like this. Celia's scream echoed throughout the room. Time passed peacefully for Rio and those around him. Christina and Hiroaki's group had an extended stay at the mansion, and Rei and Kauta introduced their respective fiancé and girlfriend to them. It was so peaceful. It was like the battle with Saint Erica, the attack by the golems, and the commotion with Stuart had never happened. Christina also remained normal, as though that night had never happened. Rio had been worried. She was forcing a brave face while only showing weakness before those close to her, but that didn't seem to be the case. He had indirectly asked Flora just to be sure, but there didn't seem to be any particular change. On the other hand, Lena possessed Miharu several times to make contact with Celia and move around in the shadows, but she never showed herself before Rio. At any rate, Rio regained the daily life he had lost, and a month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 6. Discussion. It was the year 1000 and one of the Holy Era. One afternoon, 3 enchanted airships landed in the capital of the Kingdom of Galark. They had the delegation from Beltram Kingdom on board. Their representative was Helmut Arbor, Duke Arbor himself. Celia's father, Roland, was also among the delegation. The discussion with the restoration was to be held tomorrow, so the delegation would stay in the Galark castle overnight. In the meantime, Roland was summoned under Charlotte's name and brought to Rio's mansion. As part of Duke Arbor's delegation, it was difficult for him to move alone, but an invitation from the second princess was important enough to act as an excuse. Of course, they couldn't anger the Arbor faction, so Christina and the others weren't present, but Monica and Celia were waiting in front of the mansion. Monica, Celia, Roland ran up to this wife and daughter, overcome with emotion. W8 father? Oh my. Celia was embarrassed by what others watching on would think, while Monica hugged Roland back and patted him like she was soothing a child. I've missed you so much. Roland simply hugged the two of them tightly. Ah, Celia gave in and relaxed, allowing her father to embrace her. Okay, everyone's watching, so please let go of us now, Monica eventually said, signaling the end of reunion. But Roland didn't move. It seemed he hadn't had enough of the two of them. Dear, fine, Monica cheerfully urged him to let go once more, and Roland reluctantly separated from them. Now, please greet Sir Amakawa. Celia and I have been greatly indebted to him. Right, of course. Sir Amakawa, yes, Sir Amakawa. It's been a while. For some reason, it feels like I forgot all about you up until I got to the capital. Roland turned to face Rio and stared closely at his face. As a transcendent one, Rio found that no one could remember him. The barrier Lena put up freed the area around the Galar Kingdom capital from those restrictions, but those outside the barrier were still affected. You weren't imagining it. You had forgotten me, Rio said. Huh, what do you mean? Roland tilted his head in confusion. The circumstances are quite complicated. Why don't you have some time alone with your family first, then talk to me later? Rio invited Roland into the house so that they didn't have to talk standing up. I see, thank you for your consideration. My wife and daughter have been in your care during their stay here. I don't know how to thank you enough. Roland straightened up, then bowed his head deeply. No, I've been in their care as well. Oh, my Monica and Celia have been caring for you. How exactly, may I ask? In various ways. A suspicious look glinted in Roland's eyes, intimidating Rio. Various ways. You'll have to tell me more in detail. Dear. Monica applied pressure on her husband with a smile, ending the conversation without incident. Afterward, in a drawing parlor of the mansion, Roland sat beside his wife on a sofa, facing Celia. Monica pampered him thoroughly as they spent a pleasant time together, until eventually. So how are things at home? Celia asked hesitantly. Nothing's changed. The main administration is still being dominated by Arbor. He's placed nobles from his faction in all the key positions, and relocated the nobles he can't handle to remote posts where he can supervise them. Roland said with a sigh. How are those captured in Redania being treated? Honestly, they're having trouble dealing with them. There was a large number of nobles captured, after all. The executives, including Marquis Rodden, were taken to the capital, but the low-ranking members were left in Redania. Officials working for Arbor are watching over them there. It was probably easier to manage them in one spot instead of scattering them everywhere. Is Marquis Rodden still alive? Yes. He should be imprisoned in the capital. Thank goodness. I'll have to let Queen Christina know, Celia said with a relieved sigh. How's the restoration doing? The situation has been pretty poor, hasn't it? That depends on tomorrow's discussion, I believe. We have to see how much we can negotiate in exchange for agreeing to the demands on their side. Do you know anything about how Duke Arbor plans to approach this discussion, Father? Unfortunately, he doesn't trust me. I've been ordered to attend, but I have no idea what Arbor intends on negotiating for. I'm sorry. That's okay. His demands were for the regalia's return and the cancellation of the coronation ceremony. Both things that have been troubling him. But does he have any intention of even negotiating? Neither of those things are demands you can accept, especially the former. Celia didn't respond immediately. She had a sober expression on her face. Are you seriously considering accepting them? Roland asked, gulping. It depends on what we get in return. What are your conditions? The return of Redania at the very least. No matter how you look at it, that's impossible, Roland said, falling speechless. But the regalia should have that much worth, if not more, don't you think? That may be true. But won't the restoration lose their trump card if the regalia is returned? Don't tell me you plan on making a forgery. A trump card like the regalia should be saved for something of equivalent worth. The cancellation of the coronation ceremony might also be a more important bargaining chip than expected. What do you mean? Roland asked, brows furrowing with suspicion. We discussed it in a meeting. First, Celia summarized the contents of their meeting, that is, that Duke Arbor wanted to deny Christina's accession, and that if secret votes were enforced, he might not be able to control the votes to deny the accession like he wanted. That's why we believe Duke Arbor fears Queen Christina's accession becoming finalized. If the accession is finalized, there will be no way for him to legitimately steal the throne from her, don't you think? She said, ending her explanation with a question. I see. Over 3/4 of the nobles who have the right to vote against the accession are under Arbor's control, but if the vote is kept secret from him, there's a possibility. Roland placed a hand against his chin in thought. What do you think, Father? It's a good point to focus on. If Queen Christina's accession is finalized as the official ruler, the situation will indeed become a headache for Duke Arbor. He might want to avoid that risk, but what? You'll have to use the actual negotiation discussion to judge how much Arbor actually fears that risk. If he decides it's a risk he's willing to take, it won't amount to much of a negotiation factor. Of course, that's how he'll be approaching it. Queen Christina pointed that out as well. That's why we have to negotiate in a way that reminds him of those risks. The issue is how easily the anonymity factor of the secret vote might be removed. It's a law that has never been enforced before, so there will naturally be disagreements over how it's held. Arbor already controls the court, so he could easily pull some strings. The majority of the kingdom's nobles were under Duke Arbor's influence, and the capital where the government was located was Duke Arbor's territory. Even if a vote was held and they had a chance of victory, it didn't change the fact that the restoration was in a bad position. Besides, even if Queen Christina's accession is finalized, Duke Arbor's stronghold might not be defeatable. At present, it's the best option, but it's not enough to overturn the situation decisively, Roland thought with a grim face. That's why Queen Christina said it'll depend on how much foreign attention we can get on the coronation ceremony and vote. Celia peered into her father's serious thinking face. I'm sure anything I can think of has already been suggested. Roland finally smiled at her. After a pause, he cleared his throat and changed the topic. Incidentally, what about him? What about who? Monica asked. She was grinning happily as she stared at Roland's face as though she knew the answer already. I mean Sir Amakawa, Roland said awkwardly. Of course you'd be interested in your future son-in-law. Monica grinned brightly. Son, what do you mean by that? Mother. This is the first I'm hearing of this. Are they getting married? Are they having children? We're not married, and we're not having children. Celia and Roland were both in a panic. You were so worried if she'd be able to get married back when she was working at the academy. But now that she's an adult, you're panicking over the thought of her getting married. What a troubling person, Monica said, cupping her cheek with a sigh. This is a different situation from back then. I caused Celia so much trouble over the arranged marriage with Charles. I definitely don't want her to end up in an unwanted marriage again. Then it shouldn't be a problem. Celia's in love with him. Wah, Celia froze, ears turning bright red. See, Celia, I've never said I'm in love with Rio. Our Rio. Roland was confused by the unfamiliar name. I can tell just by looking at you, I'm your mother. Your face when you gaze at Rio is just so obvious. Wait a minute. Weren't we talking about Sir Amakawa just now? Who is this Rio? Rio is Sir Amakawa. He was originally Celia's student. What do you mean? Monica's simple explanations just gave Roland even more questions. He looked between Monica and Celia curiously. Mother isn't wrong. Rio and I first met there. Since it was a good opportunity, Celia decided to explain everything about Rio. How they first met in the slums, how he saved Flora, and how he enrolled in the Royal Academy. The orphan who saved Princess Flora? Roland's eyes widened in surprise. Did you meet him back then? Celia asked curiously. I was in the audience when his enrollment into the academy was approved. I can't believe he's the child from back then. I see. At any rate, that's how Celia became Rio's homeroom teacher. A teacher-student relationship is just so wonderful, don't you think? Monica said, happily retelling how Rio and Celia met. There's something more important I have to explain first. Father, do you remember how you had forgotten Rio up until you came to the capital? Why, yes. The truth is Rio. Celia forcefully changed the topic before they could get off track again. That is, why had Roland lost his memories of Rio? She kept the details about Transcendent One's secret and explained it as a curse. Roland fell speechless at the unbelievable story, but he had no reason to doubt his daughter. The fact he hadn't felt any doubt over Rio's absence the last time he visited the mansion backed up his loss of memories too. Once all the explanations were over, Roland frowned in sympathy for Rio's unfortunate circumstances. I see, he's gone through a lot of trouble himself. That's right, Rio's gone through a lot. He had an awful time at the academy, yet he's willing to help Celia and the restoration to this extent. He's such a lovely boy. That's why you have to support him to the best of your ability, Celia. Got it? Monica said. Why, yes. Celia nodded embarrassedly. And we have to support them. Isn't that right, dear? Irk. Roland looked like a child who had been forced to eat his most hated vegetables. You'll support them, right? WL, I guess. I am indebted to him. Roland was astonishingly weak to his beloved wife. Isn't that great, Celia? Your father supports your relationship, too, Monica called out to Celia in joy, folding her hands together elegantly. Wait a minute. You should be supporting Sir Amakawa alone, not our relationship. Next time, the four of us should get together as a family. No, we're not family yet, Roland yelled anxiously. But he had just dug his own grave. Yet, so you approve of Rio becoming Celia's husband someday? Monica asked, beaming from ear to ear. And no, that's not what I mean, Celia. Roland shot his daughter a pleading look. I don't care anymore. Celia turned away in a huff, face still red. The next morning, it was finally time for the discussion between the Restoration and the delegation from the Kingdom of Beltrum. In a room of the Gallark Castle's guest house, Christina and the members of the Restoration were seated on one side of a long table, facing the Duke Arbor and the officials from their home nation on the other. Gallark's King Francois was seated at the head of the table as leader of the meeting and witness. Let's begin right away, Francois declared solemnly, looking between the parties on each side of the table. First, does the Beltrum Kingdom have any demands to make besides the return of the regalia and cancellation of the coronation ceremony? He asked Duke Arbor first. No. As stated in advance, our kingdom requests that first Princess Christina returns the regalia and cancels the coronation ceremony. We have no other demands at this time, Duke Arbor said in a low voice. Excuse you. Referring to Her Majesty, the Queen as first princess is impiety. The nobles of the Restoration protested angrily. Though Princess Christina may have temporarily assumed the position of king, we see her accession as invalid. That is why one of our demands is the voluntary cancellation of the coronation ceremony. We will refer to her how we see fit. Such insolence, the Restoration nobles raged. Is that demand from my father, King Philip Beltrum? Or is it from you, Duke Arbor? Christina asked calmly. What a strange thing to ask. I am here on behalf of His Majesty, King Philip of the Beltrum Kingdom. Of course it is his demand, Duke Arbor replied with a scornful laugh full of disdain. In that case, he should be the one present at this discussion, not you. If you're going to say that, then shouldn't you be the one visiting the Beltrant, so that you can find a reason to arrest me and confine me to the kingdom? How terrifying. Is that what you plan on doing to me here? Duke Arbor shot back fearlessly. In reality, this was the perfect chance to capture Duke Arbor, but it was the Restoration's reputation and trust that would be ruined if they captured the king's representative after agreeing to negotiate. Even if they flipped the political situation, it would be impossible to regain the trust of the nobles within the kingdom afterward. They'd also be ruining the Gallark Kingdom's reputation, as they were the ones hosting the discussion. However, if this discussion had been held in Beltrum Castle, Duke Arbor wouldn't have hesitated to capture Christina. The Restoration was a minority, so losing their trust wouldn't affect him at all. That was the kind of man Duke Arbor was. It's a fear I have after experiencing having my freedom restricted while in the Beltrum Castle. On your orders, no less. Oh, I only recall assigning you guards so that you would be safe from the unstable political situation when trust in the royal family plummeted. More importantly, aren't we getting a little off topic? I'd like to receive an answer soon, Duke Arbor demanded brazenly. Return the regalia, cancel the coronation ceremony. If all you have to say are your demands, then we have no reason to agree to them. The discussion ends here, Christina replied curtly and coolly. She was implicitly telling him to either give in or go home. What do you want then? Duke Arbor said with an annoyed sigh. You're the ones making the demands, so shouldn't you be the ones making an offer? We aren't here for negotiations, but to recommend you surrender. As we've said before, we have no intention of giving a fair deal to rebels. Duke Arbor's brows furrowed in displeasure. You're calling me, the king, a rebel? Your status is only provisional. The coronation ceremony hasn't happened yet. As I've already said, your accession is invalid. Even so, I am still a king as clearly stated in the kingdom's laws. Why can a lowly duke like you break laws that not even a king can break? Being a representative of the king is irrelevant. It is utterly insolent of you to think you can break them. Just who is the rebel defying royal authority here? Christina condemned Duke Arbor bluntly and harshly, showing no fear of angering him. I have no intention of doing such a thing. You must have misunderstood. Duke Arbor was smiling on the surface, but his eyes were dead serious. What misunderstanding? What else could you mean by having no intention of giving a fair deal to rebels? Those aren't words a mere duke can utter to a king. I did not mean to imply, Your Majesty. Queen Christina is a rebel. However, is the organization called the Restoration not a gathering of rebels? Changing the way you refer to me at this point just shows me you're still the coward you've always been. Christina's taunts were unstoppable. She was trying to control the negotiations by angering Duke Arbor, and her plan seemed to be effective. This vixen, Duke Arbor's smile fell. He was boiling with fury on the inside, but he barely managed to control himself. If you don't want people picking fault with your words, you should refrain from making careless statements. You have no subordinates who can object to you, so they overlook all your thoughtless remarks, but that doesn't apply to others. Duke Arbor calmed down and put up a new smile in silence. The other nobles from Beltram gave him a sidelong glance, their expressions completely frozen in fear. I don't mind if you propose a vote to deny my accession at the coronation ceremony, but I will not allow you to make light of the law. That would be considered contempt against royal authority. I do not have such intentions. That's why we're asking you to step down from the title voluntarily. That request itself shouldn't be breaking any laws. That's true, and like I've said already, we have no reason to accept your demands, Christina replied coldly. Are you in a position to act so confident? Confident. Why wouldn't I be when I have no reason to take back my accession? Don't tell me you think you can actually win the vote. Wouldn't you rather prepare for your defeat and surrender early to improve your conditions? I don't understand why my defeat is already decided. There's no telling the outcome until the vote is held. I think the outcome should be clear already, Duke Arbor said, with a blatant smirk. You almost make it sound like you can decide the outcome of the votes, even though the number of votes allocated to you is just one. Of course. However, there are many members of my faction that will follow my vote. Votes should be cast freely according to one's own will. If votes were made according to your will, that would be like giving you more votes than others. However, those following my goals are obeying me out of their own free will. I am not forcing them into anything. Only Duke Arbor would be able to declare such a conceited thing. He didn't even realize how arrogant he sounded. In that case, we should discuss how the votes should be held and managed. If we can come to a general agreement here, it will save us time and effort down the road, Christina said, inserting a new topic into the conversation. Duke Arbor's eyes narrowed with a glint. By which you mean? It's a vote that has never been held in history before. There's a need to decide how it'll work, don't you think? You didn't think I'd let you bring your self-counted votes to the coronation ceremony, did you? She asked with a piercing gaze. It was a method Duke Arbor was more than capable of using. Aren't we getting off topic again? Duke Arbor said, looking at Francois. I've received King Francois's agreement in advance on this. If you'd like to claim that no system is needed for the vote, I'd like to hear your reasoning. In that case, we may proceed. The confidentiality of votes must not be violated. Did you know this stipulation existed in the kingdom rules? It was specifically created to avoid situations where votes could be influenced by someone's will. I am aware. Duke Arbor's brows furrowed when Christina mentioned the secret vote. Then if a vote is to be held, the system must be prepared to maintain complete anonymity. You don't have any objections to that, right? If you've never forced your faction members into anything, it shouldn't affect their free vote. But denying an accession is such a grave matter. Shouldn't the individuals who voted be expected to take some responsibility? There is no need for anonymity in any other system. Even in cabinet meetings and Congress votes, the general rule is for who voted what to be made clear. Even though they were currently discussing the system for the accession vote, Duke Arbor brought up other system votes as though they were applicable in a similar way. In other words, you want to be able to confirm who voted for what after the vote has been held. Would that not be completely ignoring the point of a secret vote? There is no rule on how long the secret vote is to remain secret, so I believe there's enough room for consideration there. Besides, it's only a stipulation, so there's plenty of possibility for the stipulation to be changed. You really are making light of royal authority. The royal family and its rule is defined by the kingdom's laws. They decide how the nation should be. One of the inviolable laws within them is that they cannot be altered by the current sovereign. Stipulations on enforcement are also considered equal to the laws. Are you really speaking without even understanding that? If the kingdom laws were so easily altered, it would have been possible to abolish the monarchy. That's why modifications to the laws had to meet strict requirements. Duke Arbor's statements completely ignored those requirements, making Christina frown with clear disgust. I'm not trying to make light of royal authority, but if you keep who voted what secret, what is there to prevent fraud like altering the vote papers or inflating the vote numbers? That's what I'm fearing the most. That can be addressed through the design and management of the voting system. It'd be more difficult to counter the harmful effects of losing anonymity. You fear having the votes being influenced by someone's will. But I don't see that as a harmful effect. It's the essence of politics, Duke Arbor scoffed. Those with power influence those around them. What was wrong with using that to gain their desired result? That was what he was saying. Are you that scared of the people in your faction voting against your will? I mean, it would end up in a result you want to avoid, Christina asked mockingly. It won't end up the way you want either, but fine. If we end up holding a vote, it will be after we establish a system that follows the stipulations. Duke Arbor reluctantly agreed to the secret vote. In terms of the voting system and management, I wish to seek the assistance of a third party, the Galark Kingdom, to be precise. It'd be fairer if neither of our sides handled the management. I am in agreement with that, but isn't there something else to discuss first? If you cancel the coronation ceremony as requested, there would be no need for that. We currently have no reason to cancel the ceremony. I believe I told you that already. If you have a condition, present it already, Duke Arbor said with an annoyed sigh. The release of Marquis Rodden's territory, the release of the captured prisoners, and an invasion prohibition on the returned territory for the next 10 years. If you can agree to these conditions, we will consider canceling the coronation ceremony, Christina said. Duke Arbor frowned. Ridiculous. Canceling the coronation ceremony means withdrawing from my accession. I think it's a more than fair offer for something that serious. As long as you have the regalia, you can announce your accession again whenever. It won't mean anything. The cancellation of the coronation ceremony was only a request for Christina to step down voluntarily. Duke Arbor's point was that she could always change her mind and declare her accession once more. I understand you wish to forbid me from declaring my accession again. That's why if you agree to these conditions, I will give my firm promise that I won't do so for the next 10 years. 10 years, you say? Duke Arbor appeared to be considering her offer, as his reaction was more favorable than before. In the unlikely event that my father passes away and the throne becomes vacant, we can make a separate consideration. Although it should be an unnecessary concern if my father is still healthy, Christina warned Duke Arbor with a sharp glare. If such a concern were to arise, it would be because you assassinated my father, she thought. Incorporating a condition to forbid invasions is what you gained from the last discussion. I see, Duke Arbor said with a mocking sneer. The Restoration lost Redania immediately after the previous discussion. The agreement made last time was the return of Charles, and the light blade of judgment in exchange for the Clare family to be used as messengers, and the fair treatment of the members of the Restoration. There was no condition against invasion, so Duke Arbor immediately conducted a large-scale surprise attack on Redania afterward, dealing a fatal wound to the organization. Exactly. That's why I've decided to demand commensurate penalties in the agreement this time. If you break the non-aggression pact, you will resign from your positions of Prime Minister and General and return those rights to my father, retiring from politics entirely. The current cabinet ministers will also be dismissed. It was a demand that basically asked him to relinquish all power. You must be joking. I am not. It shouldn't matter as long as you keep your promise, no. By the way, the same penalty will apply if you use your connections to have the Proxia Empire invade instead. If the ice hero from last time is spotted, we will immediately assume he was deployed under your instructions. There's no way I can control the movements of another nation's army. Then you better ask them nicely. You're best buddies with the ambassador of the Empire, aren't you? A vein bulged at Duke Arbor's temple. Any objections? Before I answer that, do you intend on placing a return condition on the regalia? Yes. The return condition for the regalia is for you to resign from the Prime Minister and General position and return them to my father. And for all the current cabinet ministers to be dismissed. Since that overlaps with a part of the agreement to return Redania, we'll need to review that. Either way, it wasn't a condition Duke Arbor could ever agree to. If you have no intention of returning the regalia, just say so. I do, which is why I gave you my conditions. Stop undervaluing the regalia. Duke Arbor frowned in silence, considering the offer in his head. He began tapping the table with his index finger. What will it be? If you need more time, we can resume this talk another day, Francois, who had been watching over the discussion silently, said to the two of them. I don't mind that, Christina said to Duke Arbor, who was seated opposite her. No need. We are prepared to agree to the deal to return Redania. There is no need to return the regalia, Duke Arbor replied, giving his answer on the spot. Didn't want to take such a risk, did you? That is, the risk of officially establishing Christina's accession through the coronation ceremony. Once she officially became the queen, it wouldn't be so easy to drag her off the throne anymore. You can interpret it however you wish. However, I will only sign the agreement once I've closely examined the conditions, especially the one that forbids you from redeclaring your accession. I still haven't heard what your penalty will be if you break the agreement. If I'm to put my position as Prime Minister and General on the line, it's only right for you to do so as well, no? Duke Arbor asked shamelessly. I'll put my head on the line, Christina replied curtly. Your head? Yes, my head. If I redeclare my accession within 10 years, you can have my life. Duke Arbor's eyes widened before he burst into laughter. BWA ha ha ha, unsatisfied. No, it's an honor. A Prime Minister and General would normally never be considered equivalent. Are you sure? Duke Arbor asked boldly. It won't be a problem if we both stick to the agreement, Christina responded with confidence. Indeed. As long as we don't break the conditions, it won't be a problem, Duke Arbor agreed with a satisfied smile. Then let's discuss the details. Yes. Thus, the discussion between the Restoration and Beltram Kingdom began to take shape and headed toward a conclusion. Long after the sun had set and discussions had ended, the leadership group of the Restoration were having dinner in a room of the guest house. Wah ha ha! A heavy air had hung over the organization ever since Redania was taken, but today the room was filled with bright and cheerful voices. I can't believe we actually got Redania back. Who would have expected such a result? Duke Arbor's infuriated face was exhilarating to see. Queen Christina's negotiation skills were wonderful. The return of Marquis Rodden's territory, the return of the prisoners captured in Redania, and an invasion ban on the territory for the next 10 years. The contract wasn't officially concluded yet, but a general agreement had been reached. It was cruel to suppress everyone's excitement when there was already so much gained at this point. A short distance from the excited members of the organization, Count Albert was talking to Christina. It was truly wonderful work. I can't believe it worked out exactly as you expected, he said in high praise. Christina complimented Baronet Huguenot, who wasn't present there, in turn. It was all Baronet Huguenot's work. He laid out the plan for the discussion. It's a great result for us. Will you change our future plans because of it? Count Albert asked, observing Christina's expression. No, I will not, Christina replied bluntly, shaking her head. But the return of the Rodden territory may make it seem like things have returned to normal, but that's just an illusion. Don't forget we've lost our greatest trump card, my accession to the throne. I've merely extended the lifespan of a dying organization by 10 years, and it'd be dangerous to count on those 10 years. Count Albert fell silent with a grave expression. As long as Arbor controls the main administration of the kingdom, there's no telling when the state of affairs will change. There's probably no way of getting all the private funds seized in Redania back, so our financial situation will struggle for a while. Before she knew it, the nobles in the room had stopped conversing. They were all listening to Christina's words carefully. Don't forget, we're all in this room because we're all heading in the same direction. Don't miss the forest for the trees. The future of the kingdom rests on your shoulders. Keep that in mind, she said to everyone. Understood. We've sworn loyalty to your highness for the rest of our lives. Count Albert knelt on the spot and swore loyalty to Christina once again. Everyone else in the room followed. You don't get it at all, Christina muttered with a strained smile. Interlude. Lingering attachments, I'll put on a mask of ice. That's what I had decided, yet, no, I was still wearing the mask. I was just following him with my eyes without realizing it. Was it that unforgivable to peek at him through the mask? Was I pampering myself by doing so? I truly am a weak woman. It all started that night. Some time had passed, but it was embarrassing how I had sought a hug from him on the spur of the moment. It was so immodest of me. A royal woman strictly raised to remain virgin, now craving the body of a man who wasn't even my fiancé. It was almost like a scene in a romance novel with a princess and a knight that my sister gave me. What's wrong with this empty-headed princess? She's such a failure of a royal. This is so unrealistic. That's what I had thought when I first read the novel, but I no longer had the right to feel disgust after ending up in a similar situation. Besides, I wasn't cute like the princess that had appeared in that story. I didn't have any traits the other characters could love, and my sister was closer to that princess than me. Although my little sister would never do something so immodest. On the other hand, I do think he resembles the knight. He's a gentleman, kind, friendly, and far stronger than the knight that appeared in the story. Objectively speaking, he was clearly attractive. And while that wasn't exactly the why, I had him on my mind. What did he think of that night? Was he worried about me? I consider myself a calculating and cunning woman. I don't want him to worry about me, so I pretend nothing is wrong. I spend my days acting like everything is normal. But ever since that night, I had the faint hope that he was kind enough to worry about me anyway. When other people told me about how he was actually worried, my ice mask nearly melted from happiness. He was kind enough to worry about anyone regardless of who they were, yet my entire body trembled with joy when I was the target of his worry. However, I'm a coward, so greed welled within me. I wanted more. I wanted him to look at me more. I wanted him to worry about me more. I hoped for any scraps I could get and started paying more attention to him. I started obsessing over tasks that would allow me to confirm whether he was truly worrying about me or not. Whenever I felt him worrying about me, I felt so much joy. Before I knew it, he had become my emotional support. But too much of a good thing could be poison. I started hating myself for taking advantage of his kindness, even though I had no right. That's why I had to put an end to the happiness he gave me and cut off the lingering attachments I had to him. It'll be okay. He was the one who gave me the push that night. He returned my embrace, so I was able to make up my mind. I was able to put on my mask of ice. That's why I'll wear this mask until the end. Fortunately, everything is going exactly as planned so far. As long as I have my memories of that night, I can endure any hell that awaits me. Even if the heat in my chest melts the ice, perhaps, goodbye. I can probably pretend I don't notice. I will move forward. Chapter 7. Oath. One night, several weeks after the discussion with the Beltram administration, Christina was standing alone on the balcony of her room in the guest house. It was hard to see anything in the darkness of the night, but in the day she was able to gaze at Rio's mansion from afar. She was currently looking in that direction. Her gaze swept over the silent nightscape, scenery blurry from the distance. She moved her lips to mutter something when the door of the balcony opened behind her. She had left the curtain inside open, so whoever it was must have realized she was here. Sister, there was only one person who called her that. Sorry, Flora, did I wake you up? Christina smiled gently as she turned to face her beloved little sister who had been asleep in the same bed as her just now. No, I just happened to wake up and notice you weren't there. What were you doing? Christina paused for a moment, then looked up at the moon she hadn't even glanced at until now. Admiring the moon. Wow, you're right. It's beautiful. Flora looked up at the moon with sparkling eyes. Right. Christina smiled affectionately and reached out to Flora's face. Her spotless white finger brushed against her sister's cheek, making her light purple hair sway softly. Tee-hee, Flora giggled and stepped forward to hug her sister's arm. What's wrong? You're going back to Redania tomorrow, so I'm feeling lonely. What a pampered child. Christina reached out with her free arm and patted Flora's head. I'm sorry for making you feel lonely. You've been separated from family up until I joined the restoration, and I'm sure you want to see Mother and Father too, right? That's fine. It'd be lying if I said I didn't, but I'm glad I've been able to spend every day with you. I'm sorry, Christina. Why so suddenly? Christina looked confused by her little sister's apology. I've left all the duties of a royal to you and done nothing. I'm so unreliable, I haven't been able to help you at all. Flora looked down apologetically. That's not true. You have your own merits, Christina said without any hesitation. Is that true? It is. I'm strong-willed and don't have a charming personality that can attract people. But you do. You can accept people and get close to anyone without discrimination. It's a wonderful grounding that I don't have. I've been saved by it lots of times. I'll be saved by it lots more too, I'm sure. You have a charming personality, though. What are you saying? Christina chuckled in exasperation. That's what I mean, tee-hee. Flora's eyes narrowed in amusement. You admire Sir Rio a lot, don't you? The question came out of nowhere. They were alone, so Flora had called him Rio. Ha! Christina's voice cracked. No one else has noticed, but I know you well enough to see it. You've been looking at Sir Rio a lot recently, Flora said, showing off her sharp observation skills. I don't think I have been. Aren't you the one in love with Sir Amakawa? Christina asked awkwardly. Huh, me. Flora was wide-eyed, showing an uncomfortable expression for a few moments. I don't know. I don't know what it means to love someone romantically. I think it's still too early for me. But there's something that I do know, and it's that I admire Sir Rio a lot. Just like you, she said, giving her honest feelings. Just like me. To Sir Amakawa. This time, it was Christina's turn to be surprised. Yes, he's strong, kind, clever, cool, and protects me. If I were to have a big brother, I'd want one like him. Though it might be disrespectful for me to say that. That's why I think he's a much better match for you than me, Flora said with a brave smile. That's not true. Christina's face stiffened, her mouth moving awkwardly. Sister, Flora said with determination. What? Like I said before, I want to be more of a help to you. Politics is hard, so I know I might just end up in your way. Flora, I know you're trying to protect me. I don't want to defy you, and I know there's not much I can do. But even so, if there's anything I can do to help, I want to do it. There was a strong will in Flora's eyes. She's grown up too. Christina stared at her sister with wide eyes. You're right. I've been a little overprotective until now, she replied. Yes, you spoil me too much. You ask to be spoiled too much, Christina argued, but she knew that wasn't the entire truth. There were times when she was too busy focusing on herself, and she knew how harsh the political world could be, so she didn't want to let her sister get near it. Am I really that spoiled? I'd say you are. Christina looked down at the arm Flora was still clinging to. It'll be tough. Huh. Christina turned her face so she was staring straight at Flora and ascertained her true determination. Can you promise me you won't whine no matter what? Flora nodded slowly. Yes, then I'll give you more tasks to do from now on. Really? Seeing Flora rejoice, Christina smiled with a chuckle. Yes, but it's time to sleep for today. It'll be awful if we catch a cold before I go to Redania tomorrow. Okay, I'll hug you tightly so we'll be warm while we sleep. Flora clung to her sister's arm tighter. You really are a pampered child, Christina said with a giggle. Jay, just for tonight, I won't be seeing you for a while after tomorrow. That's true. I guess I'll hug you back tonight. I've got to spoil you lots so that you won't feel lonely. Really? Yes. Thus, the two returned to their bedroom. The next morning, Christina was at the Galar Kingdom's harbor. She was about to depart from the capital for Redania with Alfred accompanying her as her guard. Flora, Hiroaki, Rona, Rei, and Kauta were at the harbor to see her off. The agreement to cancel the coronation ceremony and forbid Christina's accession to the throne in exchange for the return of Redania was already finalized. The order of execution was for Beltram's main government to first withdraw from Redania, followed by Restoration's advance party confirming the city's safety, followed by Christina visiting the city in person to officially announce the cancellation of her coronation in both writing and speech. And so, although there wasn't much time left, Christina still had the position of queen for now. But at any rate, Christina, Sir Rio, and Professor Celia are here. Look, Flora said with an innocent, childish smile. Rio and Celia stepped out of the carriage that had just pulled into the harbor. Sir Amakawa, Professor Celia, Christina walked up to the two of them and said, Good morning, we came to see you off. We didn't want to trouble you with a huge crowd, so it's just us two. Everyone else wanted to come too. Rio and Celia stood closely side by side and greeted Christina. Christina smiled gently from the bottom of her heart, then said a little mischievously, Thank you very much. I'm delighted. You two are a great match, hee. Please don't tease us, Queen Christina, Celia said with an embarrassed flush. It's rare to see my sister tease someone. She must be in a good mood, Flora pointed out happily. I might be excited, Christina agreed with an elegant smile. I was wondering what would happen for a while there. You're amazing. You actually got Redania back. Hiroaki praised Christina with a somewhat pretentious air. It's also rare to see Hiroaki praise someone, Rei said. That's true, Kauta agreed with a teasing laugh. That's not true. I just keep my praises for things that deserve it. So Queen Christina deserves her praise. You don't have to rephrase everything I say. Embarrassed, Hiroaki grabbed Rei in a headlock for teasing him. It's all thanks to the excellent support I received. Your presence also helped me a lot, Sir Hiroaki. Thank you very much, Christina said. No need for flattery, Hiroaki said, releasing the headlock. It's not flattery. Having you accompany us in everything has helped us more than you can imagine. You've been a great help, and I can't thank you enough. I'm a clumsy woman, so I haven't been able to express my gratitude to you regularly enough. Well, don't worry about it. Hiroaki averted his gaze in embarrassment, scratching his cheek. Whoa, you're blushing, Hiroaki. Your face is bright red. Shut up already. Hey. Hiroaki grabbed Rei and Kauta in a headlock under each arm. Seeing them like that, Christina looked at Rei and Kauta and giggled. I can rest assured knowing you two are by Sir Hiroaki's side. That's so embarrassing, Rei replied while still in his headlock. Sir Hiroaki, can I ask you to keep an eye on Flora while I'm gone? I'm sure you know already, but she's shy around strangers and gets lonely easily. I'd be grateful if you could pay her some attention, Christina requested, looking at Flora. Hiroaki nodded with a shrug. Sure, leave it to me. Thank you. Rona, please support both Sir Hiroaki and Flora. Rona bowed her head deeply. I will. Professor Celia, please give Flora and the others any advice if they need it. I have a lot I need to confirm, so my stay over there may drag out. Of course, Celia agreed brightly. Christina thanked Rio next. Sir Amakawa too. I caused you some trouble, but thanks to you I've managed to recover. Thank you very much. I didn't do anything. That isn't true. I received a lot of courage from you. Please give me courage. That was Christina's request to Rio that night. So even when the words sounded ordinary to everyone else, they held a special meaning for Rio, the only person in this world that could understand. Of course, Rio remembered that too, but I'm glad then. The meaning didn't quite reach him. His eyes widened slightly as he showed a somewhat reserved expression. I was going to offer to accompany you as a guard if you needed it, he offered. There's no need for that. The advance party has already arrived and confirmed it's safe. Alfred will also be with me. Christina pursed her lips and rejected the offer with a blinding smile. Just then, the sound of systematic clicking against stone tiles approached them. My apologies for interrupting your conversation, Queen Christina. Preparations for departure are complete, Vanessa reported. Okay, I'll be right there. Wait a bit. Understood. Christina pulled herself together. It's time for me to go, she said with a gentle expression, bidding everyone farewell. Take care. Flora bowed, followed by Rona and Celia. You too. With those words, Christina stepped on the ramp connected to the enchanted airship. Alfred and Vanessa followed her, and they finished boarding. The ramp was removed, and the airship began to leave the harbor. The ship was powered by a magic artifact, so it sped across the surface of the water. Eventually, it rose into the air and took off, flying away as everyone looked on. All right, let's go for breakfast at Haruto's place, Hiroaki said cheerfully, shifting the mood. Sir Hiroaki, we can't just intrude all of a sudden like that, Rona said hesitantly, but Rio welcomed them all. I was just about to invite you all. Please come. Thank you very much, Sir Amakawa, Rona said apologetically. It's decided, let's go. Hiroaki started walking toward the carriage stopped in the harbor. The others followed after him. But as they departed, Rio looked at the distant enchanted airship. Christina was on board one last time. The next day, the enchanted airship that Christina was on landed at the lake of a certain city. The cabin she was waiting alone in shook from the landing. Looks like we've arrived. Christina, who had been sitting back in her chair, opened her eyes. A few minutes later, the silence in the room was broken by a soft knock on the door. Princess Christina, preparations to disembark have been completed, Vanessa said after opening the door. Got it. Christina picked up the small box that was on her desk before leaving the room. Where's Alfred? She asked as she walked down the corridor. With Baronet Huguenot. I see. Let's go. She and Vanessa walked through the ship until they reached the deck, where they were immediately surrounded by knights dressed in official restoration uniforms. They were meant to be their allies, yet they were clearly hostile. What is the meaning of this? Vanessa asked the knights with a stern look, reaching for her sword to protect her master. This was my order, Baronet Gustave Huguenot replied, appearing from the corridor of the ship. Christina and Vanessa both whirled around. What do you think you're doing, Baronet Huguenot? Vanessa yelled angrily. It should be obvious, an irritating male voice replied from the other side of the crowd. One beat later, the Restoration Knights parted to let him through. Sure enough, the men who appeared were Duke Arbor and Charles. Why are you both here? Vanessa startled before flames of rage lit up her eyes. Duke Arbor and Charles had a crowd of soldiers in the uniform of the main administration with them. This isn't Redania, Christina muttered as she stared at the city outside the ship. She was dazed with shock. Seeing that, Duke Arbor chuckled like a hunter that had caught his prey. This ship was meant to be going to Redania, Christina said bitterly. Perhaps there was a change of destination, Duke Arbor said, unable to hold back his laughter at Christina grinding her teeth. On whose order? Like I said, mine, Baronet Huguenot said plainly. Good work, Duke Huguenot, Duke Arbor said. Hearing the title of Duke being used on Huguenot, Vanessa snapped in rage. Did you betray us because you wanted the title Huguenot? Do not misunderstand. The seizure of titles is a privilege of the royal monarch. Now that Princess Christina has cancelled her coronation, the decisions she made as king have been retroactively voided. Even if I had remained in the Restoration, that wouldn't have changed, Duke Huguenot said with a frown. Why did you betray us? Christina asked with a glare. I got sick and tired of taking the fall for you and your naivety in mistaking ideals for resolve. That's all, Duke Huguenot replied with a tired look. I see, So that's how you really felt. I'm not the only one. All of those aboard this ship have decided they can no longer follow you. This is all a result of your naivety. Duke Arbor watched the exchange between Christina and Duke Huguenot with a gleeful look on his face. Gah! They were completely surrounded, and there was nowhere to run. Vanessa was about to draw her sword, when "Stop, Vanessa." Alfred stepped out of the ship corridor behind them and pointed his sword at Vanessa. "Not you too, brother. Why have you betrayed us?" "Sorry, but I am the king's sword," Alfred said in a voice devoid of emotion. "He owes Princess Christina nothing, as she's no longer the king. That's all there is to it. He's too stubborn and hard-headed for anything else. You should know that if you're his sister," Charles taunted from the side. "GRR," Vanessa ground her teeth and glared at him. "HMPH, I don't like that rebellious look." "Hey," Charles looked at the knights around him and jerked his chin at Vanessa. They immediately approached Christina and Vanessa. "Such insolence," Christina yelled, but no one stopped at her voice. Magic sealing shackles were put around her wrists as she was helplessly restrained along with Vanessa. "So where's the regalia?" Duke Arbor asked, approaching Duke Huguenot as he watched the two prisoners smugly. "Inside the small box Princess Christina has on her," Duke Huguenot answered while looking at Christina. There was a small box in her hand. "This seems to be it," one of the knights said. He retrieved the box and opened it. Inside was a letter and a ring. The ring was one of the regalia passed down through generations of royalty in the Beltram Kingdom. The ring stand also served as a stamp called the royal seal. "Indeed it is. Good work. There have been many misunderstandings between us, but we can forgive and forget after this. As promised, I have an internal minister position prepared for you, but I'll have to add more. You can look forward to it," Duke Arbor said, mouth curled up in a wide grin. He closed the lid of the small box and took it into his hands, then patted Duke Huguenot on the back. Christina glared at both dukes with detest. Duke Arbor returned the gaze coolly. "Now, allow me to lead you to the capital." He spread his arms dramatically and directed Christina toward the royal capital of Beltram Kingdom. Christina was separated from Vanessa and forced onto an enchanted airship belonging to Duke Arbor's administration by herself. The ship took off after a short while. "Now we can discuss things in peace," Duke Arbor said, sitting down on a sofa across from Christina in one of the cabins. Charles was standing beside him. "This is how you treat a king?" Christina asked, looking down at the magic sealing shackles with a sarcastic smirk. "Of course, His Majesty King Philip has given his permission for this. We had no choice but to restrain you for our own safety. When have I ever acted violently before? Ha ha ha. Everyone on the deck witnessed it, no?" Duke Arbor laughed, implicitly emphasizing how easy it was to bend the truth. "You know I haven't made my official declaration to cancel the coronation, right? I haven't broken the agreement, have I? We've already returned Redania and received your acknowledgement through writing." Duke Arbor took out a letter. It had written proof of Christina's intention to cancel the coronation ceremony. "You mean you seized it from me? I haven't stamped the regalia on it yet." The letter had been prepared so that it could be sent out with just a stamp, and Christina kept it with herself at all times. It had been confiscated when she was captured just now. "In that case, you can just stamp it here and now." "Oh, but it seems you can't use a stamp with your hands like that. I'll have to act on your behalf as Prime Minister." Duke Arbor took the regalia he had seized and sneered as he made a dramatic show of stamping the letter. "A stamp against the owner's will is invalid. That letter is now a forgery." "Not if you agree or ratify it yourself. After all, refusing to do so will be breaching our agreement, and I'll have to go take back Redania by force." "How could you be so shameless?" Christina snapped with a frown. "Ha ha ha," Duke Arbor laughed gleefully. "Don't worry. As long as you keep your side of the agreement, we will keep ours. Redania will be free for the next 10 years. Christina fell silent. "Are you thinking about how there's nothing to guarantee the agreement will be upheld? Wasn't that the entire purpose of the penalties we set? If I invade Redania, I have to step down from my position of Prime Minister and General. The contract for that is stored with the Restoration. Isn't that enough? Yes, it is. You are shameless, but at the same time, you care about your appearance and reputation more than anyone else. You don't have the guts to break an agreement you made in front of a third party like the Gallic Kingdom, since you can't silence them with the power you're so obsessed over. HMPH. You sure like to assume you understand me. Displeased with Christina's scathing analysis of his personality, Duke Arbor furrowed his brows slightly. Do you have any other reason to protect the agreement? We were quite troubled by the prisoners we captured in Redania too, you know. We didn't know when those troublemakers would defy us, so we're better off having them gathered in a single remote area. You sure enjoy looking down on the restoration, don't you? Do I have a reason not to? I've captured you. I've retrieved the regalia. Huguenot has joined my side. What other threats are left? Your personal army of country bumpkins at most, Duke Arbor said unreservedly. What about Huguenot? He could be another troublemaker. I know I can't trust him completely, but even if it was for his own interests, it takes extraordinary resolve for someone of his position to resort to betrayal. It's completely different from the betrayal of a low-level grunt. Above all, I believe in results. The fact he actually brought me you and the regalia is enough for me to reward him. You think you can control a former enemy through his interests. I'm merely talking about his capacity as a politician. There's nothing to gain from segregating and antagonizing someone so talented. It's more profitable to win him over and place him close by. In that case, you can both get along as traitors, Christina said with clear disgust. You're being a little too obsessed with purity, I think. Politics and betrayal come hand in hand. Yesterday's enemies can become today's allies as soon as there's a common interest. It's no wonder Huguenot called you naive. Better that than being blinded by ugly greed and losing sight of myself. Such a boring thing to have pride over. That must be why no one respects you. I pity those who remain in the restoration. I'm sure there'll be more traitors to come in the future. Oh, I know. I should prepare good positions for those who switch sides earlier. Duke Arbor blatantly taunted Christina in an attempt to get a reaction out of her. I doubt anyone would join you just for that, she replied with another faint frown. The result should be clear as day by now. Well, history will prove the rest. I can't wait to see what kind of princess history will remember you as. An evil princess that upset the kingdom by pursuing her ideals, perhaps. Would that make you a notorious dictator? No, for I will write my own history. The truth is written by the victors, after all, Duke Arbor replied arrogantly. It almost sounds like you'll be writing my history. Do you not think so too? You can try to scare me, but your threats are meaningless. If you want to write a history of your personal views, you should present your conditions first. Duke Arbor's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Oh, what an odd thing to say. Why bring up conditions all of a sudden? If you want to make me do something other than cancel the coronation, stop speaking in circles and get to the point, Christina said frankly. You really are a sly fox, Duke Arbor muttered, furrowing his brows in annoyance. But that look was soon replaced with a bold smile. Did you really think you're in a position to negotiate? As a matter of fact, yes. My existence still has value to you, Christina replied just as confidently. You sure hold yourself in a high regard. Really, you consider yourself the tree that rules the forest. All the other trees are just decorations to embellish and nourish you. That's why you won't hesitate to cut down any that get in your way. What are you suddenly talking about? My tree is in your way, isn't it? GRR. Displeased with Christina's overly perceptive words, a vein bulged on Duke Arbor's forehead in anger. But you can't cut me down easily. You are a coward obsessed with your reputation, so you don't want to bear the stigma of royal murder. Going that far would leave your name on the bad side of history, and you'd lose the justification for your rebellion. Christina gave her further analysis, and Duke Arbor suddenly stood up. He approached the sofa where she was sitting and slapped Christina's cheek without mercy. Gah! A dry sound echoed through the room. Christina's face was flung to the side, and her pale purple hair swayed through the air. Father, even Charles gulped nervously. Just because no one was watching didn't make it okay to act violently. Did I offend you that much? Christina asked, turning her face back forward with a fearless smirk. It was the first time she had ever been slapped, but she didn't falter at all. If anything, she just taunted him more. "You've been thinking about how you can legally erase me this entire time, right? Assassination would have been one option, but the royal guard would have to take responsibility for their failure. You worked so hard to gain control over it, you wouldn't want to give my father a reason to replace personnel. It'd be problematic if my father had a force he could control again." Silence. Blood rushed to Duke Arbor's head in rage. He grabbed Christina roughly by the shoulders and pinned her down to the sofa. A look of fear flashed through Christina's eyes, but she maintained her calm expression and glared directly back at Duke Arbor. "Father, you stay silent." Charles tried in a panic to stop Duke Arbor, but Duke Arbor just screamed back at him. Charles held his breath and froze. "What do you think you're doing?" Christina asked coldly. "You're just a woman with a fancy family status. Did you really think your life can serve as negotiation material? Who do you think holds your lifeline right now? Me, of course. It will always be me and only me. Don't make assumptions. The option to keep you alive as an incubator for heirs is always there. After all, your personality may be terrible, but your appearance is more than acceptable," Duke Arbor sneered. "Impossible," Christina dismissed. "What makes you say that? There's no one to marry me to. You can't have the royal family gain more power, so you won't make Hero Rui marry me. The vigorous Charles already has so many wives, I would be a bad fit. I can make you a mistress." "Surely you don't mean one of your own," Christina scoffed. "A virgin putting on a brave front." Duke Arbor put more strength into his grip, clenching Christina's shoulders as though threatening to actually lay his hands on her. "Ridiculous. I've been destined to marry a man I don't love since the day I was born. It's my duty to be a virgin." Duke Arbor's grip weakened, overwhelmed by Christina's calm attitude. "If you're going to rip my dress, you better have an explanation ready for later," she added with a completely straight face. Dumbfounded, Duke Arbor clicked his tongue and returned to the sofa he had originally been sitting on. Christina slowly sat up and returned to her original position as though nothing had happened. Her steel nerves left Charles completely speechless. She was something else. "I thought I'd be able to scare her into obedience, but I made an awful miscalculation. This woman is crazy. She really intends on using her life as negotiation material. She has no intention of begging for her life." He knew she was brazen, but this was absurd. She understood her own advantage even in this situation. She had to have tremendous resolve. What a terrifying woman. Who knows what would have happened if she was born another 20, no, even 10 years earlier. Impressed by her attitude, Duke Arbor revised his opinion of Christina, but such a shame. At the same time, he felt greed. There was no other woman in the Beltram kingdom with this much courage and ability. No, he wouldn't find another woman like her even if he searched all of Strahl. On top of that, she was of royal status and had peerless beauty. She was the finest possible woman. Duke Arbor's male instinct to possess such an unattainable beauty was stimulated. The twisted desire to control her, make her submit to him, and fondle her however he wished swirled within him. He hadn't considered himself a candidate of common sense, but he was now on the verge of considering keeping her as a mistress for real. HMPH, some princess. Duke Arbor smirked in self-derision. He couldn't believe he was having such feelings in his 60s. But it's too dangerous. "This woman is a siren. I cannot keep her. She'll definitely get in my way as long as she's alive." However, when he weighted his ambitions with his temporary emotions, Duke Arbor was able to make a rational decision. "Have you calmed down?" Christina asked in a cool voice. "Yes. It seems I was the one lacking resolve. Let us negotiate on equal footing. First, let's hear what you have to offer in exchange." Duke Arbor smiled without hiding his ambition. There was no need to confirm her offer after the earlier conversation, but he wanted to hear it from Christina herself. "Sure enough, I'll give you the justification to behead me," Christina said firmly. Duke Arbor's mouth immediately twisted into a big grin. "Very well. What do you want me to do in exchange?" "There's nothing you have to do immediately. There are just two secret conditions I want you to follow. Let's hear them. First, if anyone from the Restoration surrenders or is captured from now on, they are to be swiftly reinstated into the main administration if they wish for it. They will not be held accountable for their affiliation with the Restoration, nor will they be treated unfairly because of it. You want us to give the rebels mercy. Didn't you say it before? This is about their capacity as politicians. I see. Duke Arbor conceded the point to her with a shrug. You're too brutal against those who defy you. At the same time, you favor those who agree with you too much. You may have expanded your faction that way, but you've created too many enemies through inducing faction wars. That is one of the reasons why the Restoration was formed. Why does it feel like you're lecturing me through this negotiation? I'm merely giving advice. You can consider it my will. Keeping that in mind is part of the condition. You have the duty to listen, don't you? That I do. Duke Arbor nodded with a wry smile. Strangely enough, he didn't feel particularly angry. Probably he had acknowledged Christina. I know it's all because you couldn't afford to choose your methods, but your ambitions have almost come true. You nearly have as much power as the king. If you continue to crush your opponents so thoroughly, your opponents will have no choice but to resist to the very end. If the internal conflict drags out, the power of the nation will fall. With Huguenots submitting to you, once I've been eliminated, your aspiration will finally be within reach. But the future of a kingdom cannot be constructed on a base of internal conflict. What you have to do next is stop the internal conflict and bring the nation together as one. Are you telling me to think about the phase after the internal conflict ends? Yes. Unless your goal is to exhaust the nation into ruin, don't think your method of sorting friends and foes will work forever. Just like how changing factions can change one's standing, a king and his vassals have different positions. What a king must think about isn't the future of a certain faction, it's the future of the entire nation. A coward that only thinks of his own interests will not fit the role of a king. Ha ha ha. You truly speak as though you know everything. How much of this did you foresee before sitting here? Just the thought is terrifying. Duke Arbor laughed heartily, but his voice was dry and lifeless. He gave Christina a searching look. All I can see is the future of the kingdom. I am constantly thinking about what I can do for the nation's best possible future. That's all, Christina replied, without a hint of hesitation. I see. That's why I'm advising you to think carefully about how you treat those affiliated with the Restoration. I won't tell you to favor those without ability, but there are many capable people within the Restoration. Instead of punishing them, give them a chance. Think about what kind of structure is needed for the development of the nation and how you'll bring everything together. That is the general outline of my first condition to you. Can you adhere to it? Christina asked, staring straight at Duke Arbor. You sure make it sound easy, but I understand. I will be as lenient as I can. I will refrain from meaninglessly pursuing the Restoration in the future. Duke Arbor averted his gaze awkwardly and agreed. Good, what's the second condition? Before I answer that, let's talk about how exactly I'll give you justification to behead me. Our negotiation depends on that being achievable. Good point. May I ask what you plan on doing? After I declare the cancellation of the coronation ceremony, I am forbidden from making a new declaration for the next 10 years. Do you remember what happens if I break that agreement? I'll put my head on the line. If I redeclare my accession within 10 years, you can have my life. They were the words Christina had used in their last discussion. Duke Arbor gasped in realization. Don't tell me. I'm glad you're quick to understand. Don't tell me you planned this far from that point. Of course not. I only thought of it now. You're the one who was thinking about using that agreement to your advantage, no? Christina denied flatly. But Duke Arbor couldn't help but doubt her. He gulped in shock, a look of awe flashing in his eyes. I will now tell you my second condition. If you can promise me both, give me the regalia, Christina said, ignoring him and continuing the negotiation calmly. The next day, at midday, the enchanted airship with Christina on board arrived at the harbor of the lake at Beltram Kingdom's royal capital. But a commotion occurred before disembarkment preparations could be completed. Christina, who had been locked in a cabin, had leaped out of the corridor and onto the main deck. For some reason, her magic sealing shackles were gone. The next moment, Charles rushed out of the corridor with several other knights. "Capture her, Princess Christina has stolen the regalia," a voice yelled across the deck. "Huh!" The knights and crew on board immediately noticed the abnormality. Christina had been running toward the gangway to get off the ship when she realized the ramp was yet to be set. She slowed for a brief moment, but that was enough for the knights to catch up to her. Christina boldly jumped over the side of the ship. What? Although they had been the ones to corner her, the jaws of everyone on the deck dropped when they saw the daring action the princess took. "Why, you didn't mention this?" Charles yelled without thinking and gasped. But with the situation being what it was, no one else noticed there was more meaning to his words. There had been quite a distance to the ground, so Christina ended up falling over after she landed. She picked herself up and desperately continued to run. There were knights waiting outside the ship, but they were all shocked by the sight of a princess with such high status suddenly jumping from the ship. "What are you all doing? Princess Christina has escaped. Capture her." Duke Arbor leaned over the deck and yelled. The knights snapped back to their senses and chased Christina. "Insolent fellows, all of you halt," Christina yelled. The knights hesitated briefly, but continued rushing toward Christina. "Photon projectiles," Christina shot the approaching knights. "Whoa, eek!" Some of the photon bullets struck several knights directly, while the rest bounced off the buildings in the harbor with a booming sound. The knights that weren't hit faltered in their steps, and the non-combatants in the harbor screamed. "Listen up, all of you. I am Christina, the first princess of Beltrum." Christina took that chance to yell loudly and clearly. "As of this moment, I declare my accession to the throne with this regalia." She yelled with the determination to make everyone present her witnesses. "I am the queen." And so, Christina completed her redeclaration of accession. What a woman! It was the moment a clown king was born. Speechless, Duke Arbor burned the sight into his mind. Roughly half an hour later, an emergency audience was being held in the Beltrum castle. King Philip Beltrum was seated on the throne on the stage, with Queen Beatrix beside him. Both sides of the hall were filled with nobles attending as spectators. Christina was standing in the middle of the hall with her arms restrained by magic sealing shackles. She had a perfectly composed expression free of any sign of remorse. Duke Arbor gave his report on what happened in the harbor. "What do you mean?" King Philip asked with a perplexed look, seemingly unable to understand or unwilling to believe what he had just heard. "It's exactly as I reported. Princess Christina attempted an escape at the harbor and created an uproar by using the regalia to declare her accession to the throne. She even resorted to the unjust act of taking ordinary cargo workers as hostages. Fortunately, no one was killed, but several knights were wounded on the scene. There was also notable property damage," Duke Arbor replied, summarizing his report plainly. "That can't be," Queen Beatrix muttered. She appeared to be dizzy from shock. "Is that true, Christina?" Philip III asked. "I did it in self-defense," Christina replied curtly. There were many witnesses in the harbor of varying social status. Rumors have already spread through not only the castle, but the streets as well. They say that the troublesome first princess who left the kingdom has lost her mind. Philip ground his teeth. The one constantly spreading the bad rumors about the royal family through the streets was Duke Arbor himself, but there was no proof. "Tell me that's not true, Christina," Beatrix pleaded, but Christina remained still and silent, not even a brow twitching. "The problem is complex. Princess Christina swore not to make another declaration of accession in our earlier agreement. The deal was for her to give up her life if she broke it," Duke Arbor said, referring to the penalty for the agreement. "Hold on, that must be a mistake. My daughter isn't foolish enough to do such a thing. There has to be a reason." Philip was so panicked, he rose out of his seat halfway. "Of course, I thought so too, but to create this commotion amid the already mounting discontent toward the royal family." Duke Arbor shook his head sadly, lamenting that the inevitable loss of trust in the royal family would be too difficult to defend. Besides, she was reminded of the agreement penalty when she was arrested. The witnesses heard her being asked if she was asking to be executed. We cannot stop people from talking. If a riot demanding Princess Christina's execution starts, and you defend her, someone may start a rebellion against the royal family. Duke Arbor skillfully presented his argument in a way that guided the conversation to the conclusion he desired. How high-handed! There's too many questionable points to his argument. Judging from Christina's behavior, she must have made some kind of deal with Arbor. Knowing this man, that has to be it. Philip bit his bottom lip, suppressing his emotions. To Duke Arbor, Christina's execution was already decided. There was no point in Philip voicing his objection here. This audience was proceeding exactly as planned. Meanwhile, "Are you saying you'll kill Christina over that?" Beatrix yelled at the top of her lungs. She had reached the limit of her patience. "It's not a killing. It's a death penalty decided according to the rules. Regretful as it is, being royalty doesn't mean being accepted from the law. It is only right for her to take responsibility as the agreement stipulated, for both the sake of the kingdom and the royal family. That is my opinion as Prime Minister," Duke Arbor said, pushing for Christina's execution in a truly regretful tone. "What? You're the one who won't let us do anything because of trust and discontent, yet you're always forcing the responsibility on us. If you have to kill someone, kill me. I am the one who gave birth to her. I will die in her place." Philip interrupted Beatrix's enraged rant. "Stop, Beatrix. Your Majesty, Christina, this is the last time I'm going to ask. Do you have anything to say?" But even to her father's question, Christina remained resolute, as though her mind was made up. "I don't believe I have done anything wrong. If everyone else says otherwise, feel free to execute me." "I see. However, the official decision will be made in 3 days. There needs to be time to confirm the response from the royal court and the streets." Philip had a pained look, as though he was preparing himself for the worst. The reason he'd granted a brief postponement was because he wanted his daughter to live for as long as possible. "Very well, but if the rumors spread and create a commotion—" "I know. Then I shall prepare everything needed to execute the penalty as soon as the decision is finalized." As though to say it was a futile resistance, Duke Arbor began making arrangements. "Beltram Castle. I was only meant to return to this room after dragging Arbor down from his post." Christina had been moved to her bedroom after the audience with the king. It was the room she had used from childhood until she was 16 and a half. The room was full of familiar furniture. Nothing had changed since she left. The multiple attendants waiting inside the room to keep watch over her while under the guise of serving her was also the same as before she left the castle. The only difference was the magic sealing shackles Christina was wearing. Since handcuffs would impair her daily life, they had been removed in favor of a collar-type shackle. The heavy metal against her neck was irritating. Christina sighed listlessly as she stared out of the window. But why did she feel like she was sighing for another reason? "It feels like I'm forgetting something important." Unable to recall what that was, she felt inexplicably restless. "Do I have a lingering attachment to something? Am I actually afraid of death?" She placed a hand over her chest and pondered to herself. But she couldn't come up with a reason she felt was right. She had made up her mind before coming here. What was the best she could do for the sake of the kingdom's future, for the sake of Flora? She had pondered for a long, long time before reaching this answer. That was why she decided to use her own life to change the situation. She couldn't think of a reason she would regret anything, and she wasn't afraid of death. I must be imagining it. A price had to be paid to gain anything. Christina had already offered the highest price she could pay. She had been able to draw out the best possible conditions in exchange. That's why I shouldn't have anything left. She shouldn't have any regrets. She was sure of that. And yet, why? Why did she feel like she was seeking something? She felt an intense longing for human warmth. But at the same time, she didn't want to hug just anyone. She just couldn't remember who. Christina held out a hand as though to chase after someone. Who is it that I want to embrace me? She clenched her fists in frustration. 3 days later, in the morning, Duke Arbor was in his office at the Beltram Castle, meeting Duke Huguenot, who had switched sides from the Restoration. So how did the Restoration change after that? Duke Arbor asked Duke Huguenot, who was seated opposite him. According to my comrades who stayed behind, it hasn't caused an uproar yet. The information is being kept within the higher-ups to avoid chaos. Exactly as we expected. I see. Will they come to take her back, negotiate, surrender, or do nothing? Either way, they must be planning their next move in a panic. I don't know how long it'll take for them to reach an answer, but the greater the chaos, the longer it should take them. Do you think there's any room for negotiations? Duke Arbor asked. Between the main administration and restoration. If we enter negotiations, we'll have to postpone Princess Christina's execution. But if you wish to use the rage of the people after what happened at the harbor, the sooner the better. Duke Huguenot listed the demerits of postponing the execution with wide eyes. Duke Arbor was the one who wanted to eliminate Christina for the sake of his ambitions in the first place. His plan was to reduce trust in the royal family by making a show of Christina's execution before the angry nobles and commoners. A single word from Duke Arbor could control the emotions of the nobles in his faction, but inciting the masses wasn't so easy. If he let this chance slip by, there was no telling if he'd get another chance to make a show of Christina's death. This was his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to behead her, yet here he was saying he didn't mind letting that chance. So why was he showing a change of heart? So the penalty should be executed as soon as possible, Duke Arbor said, after a long moment of thought. If so, the execution can be held in 2 days at earliest. All that's left is to announce the execution to the people and set the scaffold up in the city square. There's no time. In that case, time Vanessa's return to the Gallic Kingdom's capital for the day of the execution. Are you sure? Duke Huguenot asked with a look of surprise. Vanessa was Christina's personal guard who had sworn loyalty to her. There was no reason for Duke Arbor to keep her alive. It's fine. She can deliver Princess Christina's will. Duke Huguenot paused for a brief moment at the mention of a will. I see. I'll make arrangements immediately. But he quickly bowed his head in agreement without questioning it further. 2 more days later, on the day of Christina's execution, in the city square connected to the noble district of Beltram, a wooden scaffold large enough to support a theater show had been set up. It was the stage for Christina's execution. A block that secured the head of criminals into place was set up on the stage. The scaffold was surrounded by many knights standing in perfectly organized rows. A short distance away to the left, right, and behind the scaffold were royal and noble observers. King Philip was present, but Queen Consort Beatrix must have refused to watch her daughter die, as she was nowhere to be seen. The square to the front of the stage was filled with people. There was enough space for several thousands of people to fit, yet it was packed to the brim. Everyone was there to watch Christina's execution. The main road was also filled with people. There were easily over 10,000 spectators altogether. Here, the masses stirred. Christina had arrived at the staircase behind the stage with the executioner and several knights. Christina's arms were tied behind her back using magic sealing shackles. She was barefoot and dressed in a cheap and ragged dress as an example to the public. The sleeves of the dress were so short, her white shoulders were exposed. Halt, the executioner said. Christina stopped beside the scaffold. Both her feet were chained to the stand to stop her from running away. She waited without complaint as angry voices echoed through the square. Kill her, look over here. You had some nerve returning to the kingdom after running away. How dare you take the people hostage? No one will ever accept you as king. Die. Royalty should protect their citizens, so a member of the royal family taking commoners hostage at the harbor left a horrible impression on the people. But that wasn't all. There were clearly some people who were just there to vent their accumulated resentment and discontent of the privileged class. They looked almost gleeful about the rare chance to express their rage toward the privileged class. Either way, every single person packed in the square right now desired the death of a royal family member, a symbol of the privileged class. They had no doubts that what they were yelling was correct, and that justice was about to be held. Eventually, Christina was fully restrained, and the knights and executioner parted to the sides. The people began throwing rocks at her. One of them hit her directly on the shoulder. "Ah!" Christina groaned quietly in pain. "Stop that!" one of the knights beside the scaffold scolded, annoyed that the rocks could potentially hit them as well. He fired a few warning shots of photon projectiles in warning toward the sky, and the stones stopped flying. Just then, someone new climbed onto the scaffold. It was Duke Arbor. He walked elegantly across the stage and stopped at the edge. "We will now hold the execution of the first Princess Christina Beltram," he declared loudly, holding a hand up in the air. "Ooh, ooh," the people roared. "Christina Beltram, you stole our national treasure of the regalia and used it to declare your accession to the throne. You then broke the agreement you made not to make a new declaration and fled while using civilians as hostages. Such acts of savagery are unforgivable for a first princess. Thus, for your treason, you shall face the death penalty." Duke Arbor yelled before turning to Christina. "Do you have any last words?" Christina shook her head silently. Displeased by her attitude, the people grew more enraged. "Screw you! Do you still think you're better than us? Apologize," they roared. "Do it," Duke Arbor said with a jerk of his chin. "NGH," the executioner grabbed the back of Christina's head and forced her to lean forward, fixing her head to the cavity of the beheading block. They then used tools to fix her to the stand so that she couldn't move. "So this is the last thing I will see." Christina stared at the wooden floor of the scaffold. For the final thing she would see in her life, it was awfully depressing. But her head was fixed in place, so she couldn't look at anything else. Even while she was in such a state, the people continued demanding her death. "Kill her already, kill her, she's a witch," they're saying whatever they want. No, this was my own doing. The people didn't know anything, they were just being incited. Besides, if they had discontent toward royalty, then part of the fault was with her, for being born as royalty. Christina's mouth curled up in a self-mocking smirk as she accepted the insults being hurled toward her. Eventually, she heard the sound of a sword being drawn. It was an executioner's sword, used specifically for the decapitation of criminals. The executioner had drawn it, which meant, it's finally time. There were only a few more seconds before her life ended. Christina's heart pounded unpleasantly. Am I shaking? She noticed her body was trembling. I see. I must be afraid. It was only natural. No matter how resolved she was, she couldn't help but fear the sword that could come swinging down at any moment. But that cruel moment would eventually come. An eternally long yet short moment passed. The dull sound of metal against metal screeched. Christina flinched. Even if she wanted to check the situation, she couldn't move her head that was fixed to the block. However, she could hear Duke Arbor at a loss for words. The crowd was also astir, so she could guess that something unexpected had happened. "Thank goodness," a young male voice reached Christina's ears. The next moment, Christina's heart stirred like it had been grabbed and shaken directly. Why? There shouldn't be anyone who would save her in this situation where everyone wanted her death. The owner of the voice sounded awfully familiar to Christina. But it was someone who definitely shouldn't come here. Someone she didn't want to come here. She had taken every measure to make sure he wouldn't notice what she was trying to accomplish. Yet he had come when he shouldn't have. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. And yet, I made it. The owner of the voice sounded genuinely relieved. In this situation where everyone wished for her death, he alone wished for her to live. That fact filled her with so much joy. Christina's tears fell onto the dry floor of the stage. Interlude. Well, after granting the title of baronet, you will surrender to Arbor. I ordered Huguenot's betrayal. Excuse me, the newly appointed baronet Huguenot blinked blankly in clear surprise. You must have received at least one offer to double-cross me, no? Well, yes. But I refused, of course. Despite nodding awkwardly, Huguenot's answer was firm. Then go back and tell them you'll betray me. Please wait a minute. What are you saying? This is about the future of the restoration and the future of the kingdom. What does that have to do with my betrayal? Huguenot's confusion was understandable. That's why I explained things in order. At this rate, the restoration will be unable to continue as an organization. We need to make a move that can pull us back from the brink, or the organization will be destroyed soon. I have the exact same opinion as you in that regard, but I don't want to count on Sir Amakawa being that move. I have another move in mind. And that's my betrayal. Your betrayal is one of the stepping stones. The actual move will come after. But before I tell you what that is, let's clarify what it is exactly that Arbor finds a hindrance. It's for me, the first princess, to possess the regalia and use it to declare accession. He doesn't want more kings in his way of the throne. Arbor's ambition was to drag the current king off the throne and make the Arbor family the royal family. If more kings appeared, they'd just be in his way. So if we were able to eliminate that hindrance, don't you think Arbor may be willing to offer something in exchange? Are you saying you'll use the return of the regalia as negotiation material? That's not all. At present, I've already declared my accession. What Arbor wants the most right now is to prevent me from ascending the throne. So canceling the accession should also be negotiation material. If we include a ban on future declarations of accession, it should be attractive enough for him to latch onto. But he could just cancel your accession using a vote at the coronation ceremony. If all of the nobles under his control voted, it should be easy for him to deny the accession. It won't have much value as negotiation material, Huguenot said with a grim face. I also thought that at first, but when I was reading old texts on royal laws, I found a rule regarding the method of votes. I explained the secret vote system. I see. If the votes are forced to maintain anonymity, nobles who secretly oppose Arbor would be able to vote in your favor. That increases the possibility of your accession, though the odds will still be against you, and there'll be many disagreements over the method of voting. Disagreements will only benefit us. The more we disagree, the more time we'll be able to buy, and we'll have an excuse to reject the vote completely if there's no voting system that both sides are happy with. That's true. In that case, your voluntary cancellation and ban on future declarations would be good negotiation material. However, buying time could also be a disadvantage to us, right? We don't have the leisure to extend negotiations when defectors could arise from our organization at any moment. Our highest priority is to rebuild the organization as soon as possible. We didn't have the time to wait for the coronation ceremony or fight for votes. Indeed, that's why I was thinking of using the cancellation as bait to negotiate even more favorable conditions for us. It'd be most efficient if there was someone who could explain to Arbor how annoying we could be to him in advance. And that's why you want me to betray you. Fortunately, I just took your title from you, so it should look convincing enough. It's terrifying how far you've thought ahead. How long have you been planning this? Huguenot looked at me like he was looking at a monster, but it was no big deal. When I decided to take your title, it'd be a painful move for the restoration, but I realized I could use it for our advantage too. If you had been willing to consider options other than Sir Amakawa, you would have realized it as well. My field of view had been reduced by the pressure I was feeling. How shameful of me, Huguenot said with a rare look of embarrassment. There are 3 conditions I want Arbor to agree to. The return of Marquis Rodden's territory, a ban from invading again for a certain period of time, and the return of the prisoners they captured. Those 3 conditions would be enough to rebuild the organization. We can focus on building our forces again for a while, but there'd be a lot to lose in return. Yes, that's why you need to betray me. If the regalia is returned and I'm forbidden from accession, the restoration alone won't be able to change the future of the kingdom. That's why we have to change from both inside and outside. That way, they still had a chance of changing the future of the kingdom even without the regalia. It'll be a harsh road, and yours will be extra perilous. You'll be branded a traitor by those around you, while Arbor is an extremely distrustful man. He may not trust you over the lone motive of wanting to regain your lost title. Even so, I need you to climb to a high position within the main administration. It sounds like I'll have to sell my soul to get anywhere. That's right, but it's still not enough. If you want to gain something, you have to pay the price for it. I completely agree. I'll hand over whatever I need to. Are you prepared to pay any price? Yes. Huguenot nodded without any hesitation. There was firm resolution in his eyes, but it wasn't enough. I couldn't give this role to just anyone. I needed to be sure he was prepared for this. In that case, I will prepare a souvenir for you to bring with you as your price. What souvenir? The regalia and my head. However, it was the duty of those on top to lead the way for their subordinates. That was why I showed my resolution. What? Huguenot's face stiffened. That should be enough of a gift to convince Arbor, don't you think? He may prepare a fitting position for you in the administration in return. You could even regain the title you lost. Are you testing me? Of course. It's not a role I can give to anyone. You're the only one in the restoration I can ask. Gah. I didn't know what Huguenot was thinking, but I could see his body was trembling. I continued to stare at him. But I can't entrust you with this if you're not prepared. That's why I want to ascertain how much resolution you actually have for the sake of the kingdom. Can you bear the burden of betrayal and hand over the life of a royal as a vassal? I asked. What if my betrayal doesn't result in any gain? Gustave Huguenot and the Duke Huguenot family name will forever be passed down as a symbol of dishonor. That's not what I mean. Your life will be lost in vain. I'm not saying this to protect myself. Huguenot yelled, breathing heavily. What a rare show of emotions from you. No, perhaps it isn't so rare these days. The organization has been so cornered, we have no choice but to voice our opinions. It was strange. It hadn't been that long in actual time, yet it felt like I had been with Huguenot for a long while now. How can you be so philosophical about a matter concerning your own life? You don't know what happens after death, do you? Do you not care if your life is wasted for nothing? Have you not considered living to come up with a different plan? Huguenot pleaded earnestly, but I had already decided on death. If there was such a plan, I would have found it already. I had thought for a long, long time to reach this as the best option available. This was the only way to change the present for the sake of the future. In that case, I'll offer my head. How silly. The only obstacle in Arbor's eyes is the royal family. Your head won't be worth anything to him. Arbor would probably rejoice, but the death itself would be futile. Only my life had any value as negotiation material to Arbor. Are you sure? There's no telling how people will talk of you after your death. You may end up leaving your name in history as the witch that created chaos in the kingdom, Huguenot said, with an awfully conflicted expression. So what? What matters is the future of the kingdom. However, I was Christina Beltram. My answer wouldn't change. Just then, Huguenot suddenly got out of his chair and moved in front of me. I vow to dedicate my loyalty to your Majesty Christina for the rest of my life. I will bear any infamy and dishonor for you as a sign of my loyalty. Please give me your orders, he said, kneeling to vow his loyalty. Good. I will leave the regalia and my head in your hands. Go to Arbor and switch sides in a convincing way. I think I was smiling as I said that. After that, I had Huguenot list all the members of the Restoration who were likely to defect back to the main administration. Forcing people to stay in the organization against their will wouldn't do us any good. It was best to have them join Huguenot's forces and betray me. Meanwhile, I revealed my plan in advance to the two people I knew would never betray me, Vanessa and Alfred. Flora, Rona, and Professor Celia were also people who would never betray me, but I kept the plan a secret from them. I didn't want the risk of them acting differently from normal if they knew, and above all, I didn't want word of my plan to reach Sir Amakawa. I couldn't allow him to get involved in my plan. My kingdom had already caused him a lifetime of trouble, and I didn't want to add to that. Honestly speaking, most of it was for my own selfish reasons. That's why I tried to look like I was living peacefully on the surface. But even as I did that, I gathered the remaining members of the Restoration together. I then shared my plan with the ones I deemed trustworthy among the upper echelons. Count Albert was the first on the list. He had to lead the restoration in Huguenot's place from now on. Fortunately, the fathers of Rei Seiki's and Kauta Murakumo's partners chose to remain with the restoration. Rei Seiki and Kauta Murakumo were irreplaceable friends to Sir Hiroaki. They were people he needed around, and I wanted him to stay with the restoration if possible. Huguenot made use of his information network and made the meeting with Arbor a reality. The gift he prepared seemed quite effective, as it secured him a position as a cabinet minister. Thanks to that, the discussions went exactly as I had hoped. Without Huguenot, I wouldn't have been able to get the conditions I wanted in the agreement as smoothly as I did. His vow of loyalty to me was genuine. Then, exactly as planned, Huguenot handed me and the regalia over to Arbor. Alfred also returned to Beltram Kingdom. As the king's sword, his rightful place was as my father's subordinate. He should be able to coordinate with Huguenot from there. If there was one fortunate error in my plans, it was that I was able to have a more frank talk with Arbor than I had expected. Was it because he finally felt at ease having regained the regalia and captured me? Or was it because we were in a situation where he didn't have to worry about public eyes? Either way, he had been surprisingly open to listening to me. I don't know if my words left any impression on him, but I prayed his desire to rule wasn't out of pure vanity. What I was most grateful for, however, was that he accepted my second condition. That condition was the only thing I could leave behind for Flora, as her big sister, so that she could live the life she wanted to live. That's why I have no regrets. Chapter 8. Choice. Roughly half an hour before Christina was to be executed, the enchanted airship with Vanessa and Marl on board arrived at Gallark Castle's port. Vanessa disembarked from the ship, enchanted her physical abilities with magic, and ran toward the castle as fast as she could. But when she tried to rush through the castle gates, the gatekeepers stopped her and demanded she go through the proper entry process. There was no time left, so she made a ruckus and tried to force her way in anyway. Tell Princess Flora immediately. Bring me to Sir Amakawa's mansion right now. Please, there's no time. It's an emergency. The life of someone important is on the line. They'll know as soon as they hear my name. Vanessa pleaded desperately. Fortunately, there was someone among the soldiers who recognized her face, so they were able to send a messenger to alert Flora with haste. Vanessa was then accompanied by the soldier as they moved closer toward the castle. Just as they got close to Rio's mansion, Flora ran up to her with a horrified look. She was accompanied by Rona, Hiroaki, Kauta, and Rei. "What's the meaning of this, Vanessa?" Flora asked. "I need Sir Amakawa's help. Please come with me to his mansion." Vanessa replied with a look of urgency. "She'll be coming with me from here," Flora said to the soldier. And so, they all hurried to Rio's mansion together. After that, Rio quickly set up a meeting for Vanessa, who had appeared with Flora with something urgent to discuss. The meeting room was soon crowded with Flora, Vanessa, Rona, Hiroaki, Rei, Kauta, as well as Rio, Celia, and Charlotte from the mansion. "Princess Christina has been captured by Arbor. He's going to execute her," Vanessa explained, getting straight to the point. Rio, Celia, and Charlotte were all wide-eyed and speechless. There had been no sign of such news until now. "Why? I wasn't even told my sister was captured." "What do you mean, execute?" Flora was also hearing the news for the first time. She was almost in a state of shock. "It's only natural you wouldn't know. Princess Christina ordered the higher-ups of the restoration to keep the information secret from all of you until everything is over." "I was also given the same order," Vanessa revealed with a guilty look. She was aware she was ignoring Christina's order right now. "What do you mean?" "If we ignore Princess Christina's order, the future she desires may no longer be attainable." "Are you sure you want to hear the rest?" Vanessa asked. "Of course," Flora replied without hesitation. The life of her only sister was obviously more important. Vanessa reached into her breast pocket and took out a letter. She held it out to Flora across the table. "Then, take this letter. It was given to me by Princess Christina. She ordered me to deliver it after her execution. It's addressed to you, Princess Flora. Oh, Flora must have been extremely panicked. She normally opened her envelopes carefully, but she tore this one open roughly. She then read the letter quickly. Dear Flora, she read out loud. The letter contained an apology directed to Flora and a statement from Christina that she had accepted her punishment out of her own will. Furthermore, it explained the promises Christina had secretly exchanged with Duke Arbor in return for accepting her death sentence. The two promises were as follows. First, because they were nobles from the same kingdom, they should refrain from internal fighting that lowers their kingdom's forces. Rather than a do-or-die resistance to the bitter end, they should search for another method for the sake of the kingdom's future. If the people of the Restoration end up back in the main administration, as long as they had the will and capability, they were to be given a fair chance at promotion. And secondly, if Flora chooses not to stand in the political spotlight, then the royalty and nobility must protect her for the rest of her life. If this promise is broken, Flora will have the right to make the contents of this letter public. Tears fell from Flora's eyes as she started sobbing. There was one last line to the letter that was addressed to her. I want you to choose your own life. This is awful. I never wanted this. I never asked for any of this. All I wanted was to stay beside my sister forever. I wanted to help her more. I told her. I said she was spoiling me too much. Why would she do this? Why? Flora scrunched her sister's letter in her hands as she bawled. Sir Amakawa, please save Princess Christina. Vanessa knelt on the floor before Rio. I know we have no right to ask you such a thing. I know that Her Highness doesn't wish to be saved. But I cannot think of anyone else who can do anything about this situation. I've dedicated my life to protecting Her Highness. Yet I cannot do anything. I can only depend on you. So please, I beg you. Vanessa pressed her forehead against the ground as she pleaded for him to save Christina. Please raise your head. When will Princess Christina be executed? Rio asked. Today. In fact, it might already be over, Vanessa answered with a bitter look. Are you serious? Hiroaki muttered, biting his lip. The enchanted airship won't make it in time, Rona said with a look of despair. There's no time. I'm going to call Asia here. Even if Rio used wind spirit arts at his max speed, it'd take over a day for him to reach the Beltrum capital from the Galark capital. But if he assimilated with Asia, if he exceeded his limits like when he fought the golem, he should be able to move to the Beltrum capital in a much shorter time. With that thought, Rio stood up to leave the room. But before he could open the door, it swung open from the other side. You can't, Lena said, walking in using Miharu's body and immediately stopping him. She hadn't shown herself in front of Rio for a while now, so her appearance was timely. No, she had probably planned her timing. She must have foreseen it and acted in advance. But this wasn't the time to think about such things. Please get out of the way. Have you forgotten what I said? Using assimilation to exceed your limits just to move locations is absurd. There's no telling what will happen to your body, Lena warned, but Rio did not hesitate. I don't care. I'm saying you might die before you get there. I cannot have you die here. I'm going to go anyway. I see. Fine, then I'll take you there. Lena sighed tiredly and offered to handle the transportation, as though she had been planning to do so all along. Are you sure? Rio asked, surprised. If I didn't, you'd just assimilate with Asia beyond your limits, no? My teleportation magic can get you there faster than assimilation with Asia. Then, if you would, please. Yes. Here we go. Lena placed a hand on Rio's shoulder. Sir Rio, please, I beg you. Flora wiped her eyes and bowed her head at Rio. I know. Don't worry, Rio replied with a smile. Transilio. Lena immediately recited the spell for teleportation and vanished with Rio. The next moment, Rio and Lena appeared in the sky above the Beltrum capital. Wah, Rio noticed he was falling and quickly activated flying spirit arts to hover in the air. He looked over at Lena to check up on her. Ali's luminous, she recited, making wings of light grow from her back. Next, Rio looked downward. It wouldn't be strange for Christina's execution to be over already. But he soon realized that the city square was filled with crowds of people. A scaffold had been set up there, along with a beheading block. On top of that, I found her. Christina was right in the middle of being sentenced on the scaffold. I can still make it. Rio immediately began descending, but hold on. I have something to say, Lena said, cutting in front of Rio to block him. Does it have to be now? Rio asked impatiently. It does. There's still a little more time before her death, I can tell, and also put on a mask. If you charge in like that, you'll be penalized. Those words calmed Rio down a little. Make it quick, DeSalvo. There was no time to waste by replying to her. Rio used the time-space cache and took out his sword and a mask to put on as he listened to Lena. As you know, this situation was written in Christina's script. It's impressive. It may just be wishful thinking, but her plan will bear fruit. The seed of a future unattainable without her ability and her sacrifice is about to be buried. Lena looked down at Christina below as she complimented her. But if you interfere here, that future may change. Because Christina Beltram was originally fated to die here, she said, hinting at the risks of changing Christina's fate. She then gave him a mean smile. Will you still save her anyway? What part of that was a reason not to save her? Rio replied. His mind was already made up. Pleased by that response, Lena's mouth relaxed into a softer smile. Then go. You'll make it just in time if you go now. Rio immediately began descending at his top speed. Everyone looking up at the scaffold had their jaws dropped. A person with a sword had dropped down from the sky and blocked the swinging sword of the executioner. Thank goodness I made it, Rio sighed in relief. Who are you? The executioner and knights on the stage surrounded Rio. Seize him, Duke Arbor shouted from the side of the stage, ordering his arrest. The knights all rushed at him at once, but Rio instantly closed the distance to the executioner who was closest to him and sent him flying. What? He then approached all of the knights one by one and knocked them out with blunt strikes. The sight of trained knights being overpowered so easily made Charles turn to Duke Huguenot beside him. Who is that? One of the Restoration's troops, he shouted. And no, I've never seen anyone like that. Duke Huguenot was just as shaken as Charles. This hadn't been a part of the plans, so that was only natural. But if there was someone who would save Christina in a situation like this, it was most logical to assume they were from the Restoration. Who ordered this? Wouldn't this ruin Christina's plans? Duke Huguenot's face stiffened. Meanwhile, are you okay? I'll remove the apparatus. Rio walked up to the restrained Christina. Her hands were bound behind her back using magic sealing shackles. Her feet were tied to the floor with chains, and her head was fixed to the block. It'd take a while to remove her restraints. Duke Arbor bit his lip, standing motionless on the stage. Who are you? Christina asked Rio. Someone who came to save you, Rio answered as he cut one of the chains restraining her legs. No one asked for that. Stop. I have to die here, Christina objected with her head still fixed to the block. But Rio cut the chain around her other leg, freeing her feet. Duke Arbor could hear their conversation from where he stood on the stage. Princess Christina doesn't want to be saved, so it doesn't seem like she's going back on her word, he thought, analyzing the situation. Everything they had agreed on depended on Christina's death. There was no point if she survived. What are you all doing? Stop him. Don't let him release Princess Christina. Duke Arbor quickly ordered the knights that newly rushed onto the stage. Go. The knights charged at Rio. Rio touched Christina's shoulder and stabbed his sword into the floor. Gwa! Glowing orbs of magic essence shot at the knights, preventing their approach. Princess Flora, Vanessa, and many others are praying for your safe return. I agree with them. That's why I came to save you. Furthermore, Rio was capable of telepathic communication through physical touch. He spoke to Christina while controlling the orbs of light. Christina's eyes rounded at the words that suddenly echoed in her head. I cannot be saved here. I have to die. She tried to argue, but if Duke Arbor's existence is a problem to you, I'll capture him here and make him a hostage. If your parents are being held hostage, I'll rescue them. Rio objected firmly. That's easier said than done. This isn't a problem that can be resolved by forcibly replacing one person. Then I'll take control of this entire city. So, that's impossible. The sound of the apparatus fixing her neck to the block being removed interrupted Christina's words. She slowly raised her head. Irk! A large number of knights were lying on the scaffold and stage. What was most surprising was how not a single one of them was dead. They were all groaning in pain. Christina fell speechless at the sight. Then she finally looked at Rio's face. The mask he was wearing was almost cracked. "Please don't tell me you have to die when your face is screaming that you want to live," he said with a pained look. Just what kind of an expression was that? Christina didn't know, but she could tell there were tears flowing down her face. She tried to wipe them, but her arms were still restrained by the magic sealing shackles, so she couldn't move them freely. It was such a vexing feeling. She wanted to be free. Even though she didn't care how pathetic she looked before her death, she didn't want the person in front of her seeing her cry. Emotions were unnecessary for a human who wanted death, so Christina was bewildered by herself. Duke Arbor retreated to where Charles and Duke Huguenot were outside the stage and stood there dazed. Since when did the Restoration have such a monster? Charles yelled at Duke Huguenot. "I don't know anything. He definitely isn't a combatant of the Restoration." Duke Huguenot replied firmly. "Then who is it? Who would save Princess Christina?" "I don't know." While Duke Huguenot and Charles were in a yelling match with each other, Rio picked Christina up in his arms. "We'll talk about this later. It's an emergency, so please forgive me for picking you up." Wah! Christina's face turned red. "Here we go." Rio began flying using wind spirit arts. He proceeded to depart from the city square. But after reaching a certain altitude, he stopped. And the reason was, "What do you think you're doing?" Rio asked. Hovering in Rio's way with her wings of light was Lena. A large, dome-shaped magic barrier covering the entire sky had been set up around them. This barrier wasn't here when I descended, which naturally meant this was Lena's doing. "Like I said, Christina Beltram is fated to die here," Lena said in a cold tone, grinning eerily. "Are you, Lena?" Christina asked, realizing who she was. "Don't joke around like this," Rio said with a frown. "I'm not joking." Lena held a hand out toward Rio. Several magic circles appeared in the sky around her, firing orbs of light at Rio. "What?" With Christina still in his arms, Rio swiftly evaded them. "Weren't you helping me rescue Princess Christina?" he asked. "In a way, yes, but I wasn't helping you save Christina Beltram." "What do you mean?" "You should understand," Lena said with a meaningful smile. Rio immediately recalled the conversation they had in the past. "In my opinion, the first new disciple you should get is Christina Beltram." "Don't tell me. Did she want him to make Christina a disciple right now?" "That's exactly what." "Stop joking around. You didn't have to go this far." "That's a lie. If I didn't go this far, you'd never make anyone your disciple." "GRR?" Rio clenched his jaw, face twisting bitterly. He couldn't convince Lena. She had made that clear in an instant, so what could he do? "Don't think you can defeat me with such a heavy weight in your arms," Lena said with an all-knowing sneer. "There's no need to defeat you," Rio replied. I just have to break the barrier and escape." As soon as he said that, Rio accelerated toward the barrier. He released the magic essence he had gathered in his right hand in an attempt to destroy the barrier. "I knew you'd do that." Lena remained where she was, staring up at Rio. She didn't look particularly panicked. "I'm sorry, that's a dummy made to look like a magic barrier." She'd known Rio couldn't escape the barrier from the beginning. "The effect is to mark a target and teleport them somewhere within the barrier," Lena said, explaining the effect of the barrier. But Rio couldn't hear her, as he was already trying to leave the barrier. The powerful attack he released looked like it broke through the barrier. Rio pushed on with the intention of passing the barrier, but the next moment, what? As soon as he touched the barrier, Rio returned to beside Lena. "Welcome back," she said to him cheerfully. "Where's Princess Christina?" She had vanished from his arms. Rio looked around in a panic. She returned to the scaffold. Lena pointed to the scaffold below them. "What?" Rio immediately tried to descend, but "I won't let you go." Lena anticipated his movements and obstructed his route of travel. She cast a magic circle without a verbal spell and created a barrier to prevent him from moving. "Stop messing around." Rio sent magic essence into his sword and tried to break through the barrier with force. He tried to weave his way out of the encirclement, but Lena's nonverbal spells outpaced him. She was casting new barriers where he broke them before he could get out of the encirclement. Rio broke the new barrier and tried to escape, but another encirclement was deployed around him. If he tried the same thing over and over, he'd just be wasting time in an endless loop. If he was to break through by force, he had to silence the caster first. "Please move out of the way," Rio shouted, glaring at Lena with his sword braced. If we fought each other seriously, between you and my current self, you have a higher chance of victory." Lena had no intention of backing down. But Lena smiled fearlessly and touched the earring she was wearing. Her appearance quickly returned to that of Miharu. "Oh," Rio's face stiffened in anger. He clenched his teeth. Why had Lena transformed back into Miharu at this time? Her intention was obvious. "Can you kill Ayase Miharu?" Lena asked with a teasing smile. Meanwhile, Christina found herself standing on the scaffold alone. She looked around in a daze. "Princess Christina, she's back," the crowd stirred. "Someone, anyone. Kill her, execute her immediately. The dignity of the kingdom is at stake." Duke Arbor yelled, but the executioner had been knocked out, and the other knights had been wounded and left immobile by Rio's attacks. "I'll do it," Duke Huguenot said, glancing resolutely at a nearby spear on the ground. He picked up the spear and climbed onto the stage, approaching Christina. "I have to do it. I have to do this. For the sake of the kingdom's future, for the sake of rising in the administration as a traitor, he had to kill Christina with his own hands. He had to show everyone that he had become a loyal dog to Duke Arbor." Duke Huguenot stood before Christina with an expression on the verge of tears. "I see, you'd be the best choice." When Christina realized Duke Huguenot was approaching her, she smiled gently. "Show me your loyalty," she said, turning as though to tell him to stab her in the heart. "My loyalty and life are yours." The tip of his spear pierced Christina's heart. "Irk!" Christina's body flinched back slightly. "I'm sorry." With tears in his eyes, Duke Huguenot muttered an apology only Christina could hear. His hand holding the spear was shaking. "It's fine. Make sure you finish the job. Twist it," Christina said with a smile. Duke Huguenot twisted the spear with resolution and yanked it out of Christina's chest. Christina lost her balance and collapsed to the ground. Her ragged dress was stained bright red with blood that poured out onto the floor. "Well done, Huguenot," Duke Arbor yelled loudly in praise, climbing onto the scaffold. Duke Huguenot stared down at the spear in his hand in a daze. Immediately after, Rio descended onto the scaffold. Duke Arbor paused in his steps in surprise, but Duke Huguenot remained dazed. "NGH?" Rio looked down at the fallen Christina without sparing a glance at anyone else. His face was twisted with emotion under his nearly broken mask. "Dissolvo." Rio immediately recited a spell and took a teleportation crystal out of the time-space cache. He picked up Christina, who lay dying, in his arms. "Transilio." He then recited the spell for teleportation and vanished. Epilogue: Decision at the spring near the Spirit Folk Village. Rio suddenly appeared with Christina, bloodstained, in his arms. "Princess Christina, can you hear me?" he said, laying her down beside the spring. Christina still had a little awareness left, but it was fading quickly. "I'll heal you right away." Rio held his hands over her blood-stained chest and cast healing spirit arts. The blood isn't stopping. But the deeper the wound, the harder it was for healing spirit arts to work. It also took more time. While the time could be reduced by the caster's skill, it couldn't close a wound instantly, even for a caster of Rio's caliber. No, I won't let her die." Rio continued casting healing spirit arts with all his might. "Sir, Amakawa." Christina opened her eyes weakly and looked at Rio's face with a vacant gaze. For some reason, she was able to perceive Rio despite being outside the Galark Kingdom barrier. "Can you tell who I am?" Rio asked, eyes wide. Someone suddenly appeared behind him and spoke. "The rules of God apply to the soul. The fact she remembers you means she's about to die. It also means that's how strong her feelings for you are." Rio knew who it was without turning around, but all he did was frown and ignore her. His treatment continued in silence until, "Am I dreaming?" Christina asked with a fleeting smile, gaze already unfocused. "Please don't speak, I'm healing you. I wanted to see you. I felt lonely, forgetting you." It wasn't clear if his words were reaching her. She could just be saying whatever she wanted to say on the verge of death. But still, it was clear Christina could recognize him. "I'm glad I saw you before I died." She slowly reached a hand up for Rio's cheek. "You won't die, I'll heal you now," Rio yelled loudly, but life was draining from Christina's face with every moment. "I have one last request." Her voice gradually got hoarser. "Don't say it's the last one. I'll listen to however many more after I've saved you," Rio yelled desperately. "Hug me." What Christina said just now was her dying wish. It was likely that she would pass at any moment. Healing spirit arts couldn't save her. Rio's face crumpled as he realized that. He then gently picked Christina up in his arms and hugged her. Even if it meant he had to suspend his meaningless healing, he prioritized granting her wish. "I'm happy." Christina smiled shyly, looking very happy. Then, because her wish had been granted, all the strength drained from her body. "Christina Beltram has died," Lena said to Rio's back. Rio slowly lay Christina's body back down, as though to say it was a lie. He continued casting healing spirit arts with a frighteningly demonic expression. "You know already, it's too late. Please be quiet. Spirit arts can't revive her. Please be quiet." Rio yelled angrily at Lena behind him, but she didn't stay quiet. But Lena didn't stay quiet. "But if you make her your disciple, she'll regain life. She can live as just Christina." Rio stubbornly continued to cast healing spirit arts. "You know how, right?" Lena asked simply.